Got stuck at a cat food marketing meeting for like 3 hours. I don't know a thing about cat food, and I don't even work in marketing. And then I got sent on a coffee run like I was some sort of intern. Then at the end of the day, when I want to go get gas, I just realized everything is so darn expensive nowadays, man.
Yeah, you got that right.
Like, do you have any idea how much we're spending on Netflix?
It's like 20 bucks a month.
Do you know how much we're spending on cable?
That's like 50 bucks a month.
But you know what isn't expensive?
Tell me.
Kart Chaser Premium. For only $9.99 a month, you can watch all the American karting action live from coast to coast. Subscribe and become a member today.
Are you ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today.
Florida Kart Racers, you asked for it and we're going to bring it. Introducing Florida Karting Championship, FLKC, a brand new racing series coming to Florida in 2026.
Are you looking to take the next step in your racing journey? Well, look no further than PitFit.
With 2 locations in Charlotte, North Carolina and Indianapolis, Indiana, PitFit trains drivers all the way from grassroots level karting to IndyCar and NASCAR with top-of-the-line personalized coaching to improve physical and cognitive fitness.
For more information on programs, check out PitFit on Instagram or Facebook today.
Florida Kart Racers, you asked for it and we're going to bring it. Introducing Florida Karting Championship, FLKC, a brand new racing series coming to Florida in 2026.
Kyle, what are you doing?
It's got my new Greyhound seat.
You don't even have a cart.
Doesn't matter. I have a Greyhound.
Is Kyle Cuthbertson doesn't even have a go-kart.
Doesn't matter.
Cuthbertson through on Turney. Turney in the dirt.
Cat food marketing. $9.99 a month.
Dude, Caleb, wake up. Dude, we're live in 5 minutes. Let's go. Come on. What are you doing?
Dude, I'm so sorry. Xander had me in a cat food marketing meeting till like 2 a.m. last night.
Come on, man.
Do you have anything I can drink?
Dude, I got the perfect thing for you. Perico. It's a healthy energy drink alternative.
Perico, non-GMO, gluten-free, kosher, magnesium, B12, B6,
yeah, it's good.
B5, biotin, and 0 sugar? Pericazo! Try Perico, made with natural ingredients, organic caffeine, and supports your metabolism. Try the new official energy drink of Kart Chaser.
Are you stuck with your kart racing? Not sure the ideal kart setup? Or going to a track for the first time? Well, Kart Class has the answers for you. Our online portal has a wealth of experience and knowledge to help your kart racing. From kart setup advice to track guides that are targeted specifically to your circuit, or the driver coaching aspect with mindset, racecraft and driving techniques. If you want to take your karting to the next level, visit us at kartclass.com.
Holy mackerel! Massimino wins in KA. Paulie Massimino is a winner in OKN Stars.
Take your driving to the next level with one-on-one coaching from 2024 OKN Stars champion, Paulie Massimino. Kart rental options are available if you'd like to keep yours at home, and drivers in all classes are welcome, from Briggs 206 to Mini to K100 and X30. With in-depth data analysis, onboard video footage review, and lead follow on-track sessions, each private coaching session will see you end as a more complete driver than when you started. Book your coaching session now.
Gee, looks like we're missing the engine. What the hell am I supposed to tap?
What do you mean? It's my Greyhound. It's all I need.
Where's the rest of it?
It doesn't matter. It's a Greyhound.
You gotta make way. Okay, you're good.
Sitting by here with Kyle, our race winner. Tell me how you did it. You were blazing fast out there, and I mean, you don't even have a go-kart, man. Tell me about it.
Yeah, you know, Norberg, Schmorberg, the Greyhound-powered Greyhound was great today. You know, it makes the difference. And the team's been working really hard back at the shop, and, you know, just shout out Greyhound.
Thank you, Kyle.
How the did you just win?
Doesn't matter. It's a Greyhound.
You need it? We got it. At Kart Eat Parts, we are your complete online aftermarket kart part superstore. From chains to bearings to bumpers and components, we've got it in stock and ready to ship straight to your door from our base in Ontario, Canada. Check us out online at karteparts.ca.
Karts onto the racetrack. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time to go racing from CKNA Grand Nationals number 9, Saturday action. Heat number 2 onto the racetrack for the juniors. This is going to be groups A and B combined, or groups B and D, sorry, combined together for our first group of 2. Let's go ahead and get ready to take it through the starting lineup here, folks. Brady Shad will lead your field to green. Alongside him will be Will Wilkie in the number 84 for Coyote. Sam Tutwiler and AJ Stoner will make up row number 2.
Carter Barkas will start in row number 3 alongside Nathan Dupuis. Keep an eye on Barkas, was fast yesterday. Darren Kidd starts off in 7th tonight. Ezekiel Height will round out the top 8 starting spots. Tyrone Kemper Jr. 9th and Jack Bieber will start in 10th.
Tegan Schneider will start on row number 6 on the inside. Shane Smith to the outside. It'll be Isaiah Maxey. Holden Harder on row number 7.
Then you have row number 8. You have Christopher Goulet, who will start in 15th. William Richard starts off in 16th. Lincoln Massey in 17. Jackson Corbett 18th. Rounding out the top 20, Trevor Clinton. And Blake Rigaud will round out that 20th position.
Lucian Laser and Francisco Reyes kick off your second page, folks, all the way down to Giovanni Blackerby and Ben Beck here, and just only a slim number more than our full 2 pages here for your starting grid. In total, just over 40 on the lineup for heat number 2, groups B and D in junior. It'll be Max Hudman and Wyatt Cataldo starting at the tail end of the field. They've made their way out of the I-70 hairpin. We're getting ready to go. Put 8 laps up on the board, and let's do it. Heat number 2, first one of the morning rotation. Warming the tires up for the last little bit and getting into the tram lines. Brady Shad on the all-black, number 65 on your right. Will Wilkie on the left there in the red, white, and black Roderick Racing livery Coyote. Here we go. Looking for action, looking for the green flag from Jason Burgess on the first try by. And it's good. We're racing. Down on the run to turn number 5 for the first time. Brady Shad takes the lead nicely here as they go through the corner and over to the double right-hander. Wilkie into second. Nathan Dupuis got a good start to slot to third. He wants more than that. He'll take P2 right there in the cell tower. Battles further on through the field. Looks like we've got just about all of them safe and away here for our first session of the morning. Side-by-side action on the run to the kink here. This corner, we'll see a lot of drivers have that happen to them, getting pushed off and into the grass. And a good recovery there for the number 38 machine with a big off-track excursion right in the middle of the field. And that was Darren Kidd going off.
Yeah, getting squished off the racing line, it looked like there as a result of the curbing. Once again, you talked about that downward curb when it comes to the elevation of it. And at that point, just carried him off the racetrack already. Penalty flag popping up from the front. Speaking of front, Nathan Dupuis now in the lead over Brady Shad and AJ Stoner after a very busy first lap here. Things are not done yet because you still have more drivers continuing to try and move around like Stoner. You also have drivers like Tutwiler looking to make moves. Also for the race lead, Shad wants it back and takes it back with Stoner moving to second for a moment.
Yeah, we have come to play here today on Saturday morning, Justin. They are going at it in the main group. Will Wilkie on the inside and a back-and-forth battle there with Tutwiler. Carter Barkas kind of lurking on in the middle, and he's got now a new driver that's joined the fray also. Ezekiel Heights picked up a couple spots off the opening lap. He's got himself into the top 10. And a change up front again. This time it's Elam Stoner going to the lead in the 14. Crossed the line 4th last time by. Up to the lead, under pressure for a moment. Shad thought better of it, tucked back in, and now we go side by side towards the back of the group. Carter Barkas giving a wave there and a thank you to Ezekiel Height, who let him into line, and now Ezekiel's going to pay the price a little bit for being nice. Going past him is Fieber, along with a few of them. Shane Smith there on the low-key racing Sodi. Holden Harder, I think, was able to get a spot as well. We're maybe 12 deep in the lead group. Will Wilkie saw Barkas, heard him go into the inside. Barkas backed out, and we're just off of that hesitation, keeping them with the lead group and starting to see a bit of a divide from 6th onwards. 2 down, 6 laps to go. Elam Stoner in the number 14 leads him down to turn number 5.
Yeah, and keep in mind, yesterday, in regards to some of these drivers in this pack, like Barkas, they had to charge up from the teens on back to move ahead. Others like Shad have been up front this whole time, making more moves with Dupuis this time. Again, making bold moves into Cell Tower. A lot of these drivers making moves we didn't really see as much of yesterday. Stoner trying to force his way to keep him alongside of green corner, still trying to find a way to get right in front of Wilkie. Cycle behind instead and will lose a ton of spots. Couldn't get the preferred groove for scoreboard.
No, he could not. We're going to watch them roll into the shark fin and back around for 3 laps in the books. Brady Shad back in command in the 65. And this group is still pretty large in total, and with a few more trying to join in. There you can see that next pack of 3 with the likes of Darren Kidd trying to make up for lost time. Tyrone Kemper Jr. back there. That's 13th, 14th, 15th. Even there's a little three-driver group of Tegan Schneider, Isaiah Maxey, and William Richard trying to close back up to the main pack. But they're staying pretty tightly grouped still. This might be the one opportunity to split them up a little bit if the top 3 stay single file. But if they have any more moves up here, you'll see that rest of the pack just tighten up again. I mean, there are a lot of them here in the main contingent. And it's bigger than even the midfield packs right now, or at least it was. We've got some side-by-side action now coming out of the cell tower. AJ Stoner, sorry. AJ falling backwards in the 14, trying to find a way back in. He'll get in line just ahead of Shane Smith. So AJ Stoner, my mistake, miscued him for younger brother Elam. AJ to the lead, now back inside the top 10 in the 14. Holden Harder able to get the better of him, as was Faber. And that's made it now 5 in the main group. Carter Barkas back of the pack there on the comp cart in the bright yellow machine. He's got about a half-second margin. And we're going to the halfway marker from Jason. 4 in, 4 to go. Brady Shad and Nathan Dupuis have raced against each other and seen each other probably more times this year than some of their friends back home. They are working together really well right now, and it doesn't look like Dupuis has any urgency to go past him and take over the lead. That's going to allow them to try and break further down this group. It's already whittled down to 5, and what was nearly 15 deep has backed up from 6th to 16th with Christopher Goulet.
Yeah, right now, some of the drivers in the middle of the pack, though, continue to make moves. Stoner continues to plummet. Lee Smith amongst those making some moves in the part of the pack, but it's about coordination to be able to make sure you limit the variables. Battles like Barkas and Wilkie going to set things up for things to separate out a little bit more for them and be able to fall right into the real trap to be able to control things as a group. We've seen, though, if Barkas can work now with Wilkie, despite making the move past on him, they might be able to close back up and compress again. But that top 3 is making it clear working together is key if you want to be able to control things, get some good heat points, and be able to get yourself in a great spot for starting spots for Sunday.
This is all important, like you said, for that Sunday build-up here. Brady Shad leading the way, would be looking to try and double up on him. 5 machine has a healthy advantage over the rest of the field when it comes to the heat points so far. Qualified right near the top of the field. Of course, 1 is opening heat last night under the lights. Now here, cooler temps in the morning, still just as fast, if not better. Dupuis currently group, we're back up to maybe 9 now, Justin, here with a lap and a quarter to go.
And Wilkie's amongst those not wanting to stay patient here. Once again, going to the inside for scoreboard. Offset alongside Tutwiler. Things going 3 wide, coming off the corner, almost 4 wide. Having to force a lift there as several drivers like Barkas were in the Hornet's nest. But the top 2 have now built the buffer yet again to control, all while Stoner gets sent a little bit wide to the background. Coming up to the white flag this time by full defense for Dupuis as Shad tries to find a different diamond line, does find a cut, going through 1-2, going through the 90s to take the lead back.
Good crossover for Brady Shad there to be able to pick apart Nathan Dupuis. Now he goes on defense mode. Here comes the rest of the top 10 and more. Dupuis almost was able to get a full cart width down the inside into 5, but there wasn't enough. Brady had that cart perfectly positioned there. He'll cover again probably right here in the cell tower hairpin, knowing how close they are, but he didn't cover enough. Dupuis tries to send it. Contact, he ends up on top of him. Nathan Dupuis off and into the grass. Mowing the lawn here in the morning. He'll lose about 15 spots just like that. And that also took Shad wide. It's Will Wilkie to the lead now. Sam Tutwiler into second. Holden Harder picking everyone's pocket in the main pack. The 57's up to third.
But chaos once again breaking down, and that's what happens when you get close combat racing in that situation. Wilkie in a good spot. Does Tutwiler trying to force it? Going down in through the cut through. Not yet. We'll see if Tutwiler is going to be able to build up a draft here for the front straightaway.
He'll have a little bit of help if he wants it, if he can get it, and looks like he might get it. Black and checkers to the line, side by side. Tutwiler is going to barely edge out your race leader to the checkers. Will Wilkie fades to second. Holden Harder will end up third. Brady Shad will get to fourth. Tyrone Kemper Jr., big-time spoiler on the final 2 laps for the Reed Motorsports CRG. He'll pick up a number of spots across the line, P5. Nicely done.
A very competitive race, but it all really sparked from that contact on the final lap with Dupuis getting hooked on the back end and right on top of the back bumper of Shad. And now at this point, really shakes up those points for the starting order throughout this one. But Tutwiler able to get the drag race pulled off perfectly by just a little bit in front for the very end. In total, the difference 7 1/1000ths of a second.
Nice work, Sam Tutwiler. Heat 2 winner for Group B and D in junior. We've still got more to go. The other half of the class lined up on the grid, but there you have it. The provisional top 15 from our first race on the day.
That's what caused that huge pile, though. Was Jack the one that pushed me through?
He pushed you through and then he ran over top of me.
He pushed me through. He like punted me, bro.
One down, one to go for heat number 2 for junior. Travis Pettit getting ready to lead this group off the line. He'll start on the inside as Sawyer Chambers is Intrepid. It'll be Hudson, Jack Erlin, and Race Beckman for Margay Racing back on row number 2.
Then row number 3 is Christopher Yotzi, who will start in the 5th position. Isaac Payne looks to start well from 6th. Layden Moll will be in the 7th spot. Jacob Schadler will start in the top 8. Gage Shipley should say, in 9th position. And Clay O'Brien gets a top 10 starting spot in this one.
Moving back to Gavin Dyer and Paulie D. Hart. They're back on row number 6. Leitch Powers and Rodrigo Palaya roll from row 7. Leland Anderson and Jonathan Boré on row 8. Anthony Lewis, Ryan Curl on row 9. And Sean Evans and Pearson Golseth around the first 10 starters, or first 10 rows of starters in heat number 2 for groups A and C. Here's a look further back. Diego DeFrancisco and Joseph Vayette on row number 11. Will Kreitz and Ryan Sukina on row number 12.
You also have throwing back there Kyle Masterson and Maya Johnson. George Ma alongside Randy Harvey behind 27-28. Carson Benjamin and Richard Rosinski will start in the 30th position as the field continues to get ready to go. Up to the tramlines they go. 3 pages of starters, Jordan Latham and Samuel Brewer at the back of the field.
So 42 in this group, groups A and C for junior, presented by LYK, looking for the green. Travis Pettit on the inside, and the Mark Steel Motorsports stealth mode machine takes us down to turn 1. Oh, contact. Off the bat, 2-3 carts collected down at the first corner. One of the top starters kind of got turned sideways. I don't know if that was Jacob Scheible or maybe Gage Shipley right in front of the field. That's really spread everyone apart, and it's a huge lead for Travis Pettit and Hudson Jack Erlin to kick things off in our second heat race. Up to third, who do we have there? Race Beckman on the Margay, number 55, moving up the board a little bit. Then behind him looks to be Christopher Yautsy there in the 033, or Isaac Payne, one of the two Mark Steel machines, moving to fourth. We'll try to see who else is up there. I think Shipley actually got through that start pretty nicely. The 032 looks to be into fifth on the Speed Tech Racing TB cart.
Yeah, not bad at all from the start, but that's what happens when chaos reigns from the opening get-go. Forces some checkup, splits up the pack, and as a result here, things going to become where you have to make friends with some unexpected drivers potentially if you want a chance to be able to close up to the race lead here. The top 5 or 6 or so have really broken away. They are battling hard and making contact in the other pack. Nearly getting hooked around there was Anderson. It looked like maybe Shipley was a bit of contact. Yeah, it was Anderson nearly getting hooked around on the straightaway.
Gavin Dyer was one of the only drivers to end up kind of net even off that start. Leland Anderson and Anthony Lewis picking up a ton of spots through the chaos from 15th and 17th. They find themselves now in 7th and 8th. Lage Powers up a couple from 13th. How about Derek Wargo? If this is correct, he started way back in the field, and he has climbed his way all the way to 13th on the opening lap. Let's try to take a look here on the left side of your screen for the instant replay while the race continues on your right. See if we can ID what happened here down at the first corner. See there, the 228 of Jonathan Bore gets popped sideways, and then the whole outside lane has to check up, and so anyone on the inside was able to make up a ton of spots. So a lot of the odd-numbered starters like Sean Evans from 19th, Kyle Masterson 25th, Wargo from 39th, able to move up nearly 10 or 15 spots on that opening lap, and there was more chaos that followed even as now Gage Shipley makes another move. And that'll move Gage up to 4th as he passes Christopher Yautsy at the end of the front stretch with help from Leighton Mole, who follows him into the 5th spot. Here's that next group we were checking in with a moment ago. Anthony Lewis in the low-key racing Sodi. Leland Anderson, another Speed Tech TB there into the top 10. Lage Powers there in the 50. And then Gavin Dyer rounding your current top 10. Travis Pettit and Hudson Jack Erlin continuing to try to work together and get away as the fight for 4th rages on. That was Mole going by Shipley for that spot. And you can see how much the rest of the pack has really just spaced out from your main groups of 3 and 4. Even gaps down the field and a lot of top starters taken out. It was indeed Jacob Scheible that got collected in all that turn 1 mess and turn 2 mess as well. He's down in 30th from 8th. Sawyer Chambers also an issue for the 325 to the rear.
Here we go for the race lead though. Pettit got the chance alongside the Sharkfin to try and defend, but it's going to be Jack Irwin who moves their way up, and that's compressed the pack down to where Beckman's in it, as well as you'll see also Shipley and Mole that are right up in that draft, all because of one pass attempt coming out of the scoreboard, heading up the shark fin with the side-by-side, cost them a few tenths of a second, and as a result, everybody is right on the doorstep, at least in the top 6 or so, to have a chance to be able to see where they shape up here early on in this one. Pettit, though, we know, is hungry to try and get this lead back. He likes to be up in front. We've seen the most comfortable when he's leading. We'll see if he tries to make a move pretty soon, because everyone else is really starting to provide some footsteps in the background. And yes, there is, right there. Pettit able to squeak on by, going towards green corner before even getting to green corner through the kink, in fact. Able to zip on through and make the path for the race lead yet again.
Looked like it was going to be all teamwork, all nice and easy up front. Then they began to fight, and now they've kind of gotten a gap again that might be able to open as 4th, 5th, and 6th trade spots a little bit. Gage Shipley, Christopher Yautze, and Race Beckman coming to the halfway signal this time. Here comes more company. You can see closing in is Anthony Lewis and crew on the low-key Sody. He just hit a quick time there that was about 0.2 quicker than that whole lead pack at a 14.1. And a moment here there in the middle of the group racing for Sean Evans and Ryan Sukina. Derek Wargo's already gotten past them. He's up to 11th now, and the charge continues for the comp car driver through the field. But up front, Pettit, Erlin lined up again, now with another Beryl Art lining behind him, and Leighton Mull. Little gap there to Christopher Yautze and another one of their teammates in 4th.
And right now, again, these drivers not willing to work as well together up front. The kink yet again. Jack Irwin set it up the inside for a moment. Resetting, coming out of green corner. So they, once again, look to see where do they have a chance to poke. We didn't really see the kink pop up as much for passing opportunities yesterday, but today, in these races, we've seen it be very active, with drivers just trying to surprise their competitors up the inside and take away that preferred groove. We'll say some of the drivers back here, like Wargo, doing a really solid job, as you were referring to, after what was some big issues yesterday with their respective kart that lost them on the ground from the top 10. Right now, Wargo, the first one outside the top 10 still, as the field. Choo-choo trains coming around, less than 3 laps to go. Jack Irwin again going for it, this time heading to pit corner. Heading towards the horseshoes now. New leader again, and Pettit's regressed down to 3rd for now.
That's the furthest back Travis Pettit's been here in this race, coming to 2 laps to go. Now with 6 drivers in the main pack here in junior. Closing in, Leland Anderson now getting around Anthony Lewis for the 7th spot. Watching this, hoping to be able to play a factor. Nearly 3 wide as Race Beckman goes wide out of the kink. Hangs on to 4th. That triggers some side-by-side activity here for 5th between Shipley and Yautze. Yautze will hang on. They'll get back into a single file train once again. And Leighton Mull in the 25 is going to have a really good shot on the final 2 laps here to make something happen. Hudson Jack Erlin in the 2-1-4 leads him down the front straightaway. Double sticks in the air. 2 to go. Hudson Jack Erlin in the white and orange Kubica kart leads them into turn number 1. And no changes through the entire top 10 all the way back to maybe Wargo and Powers. Derek Wargo able to get another one. Now full time and frozen on the leaderboard on the left inside the top 10. He's got a long way till the next pack, but anything could happen here with 2 to go. We thought this was going to be a pretty quiet one with the gap off the first couple corners that Travis Pettit and Hudson Jack Erlin had. It has not been. We've seen quite a bit of lead changes and passes through the main group. But now we're back to kind of lockstep again. Let's see who breaks formation first into the green corner. No one in the main pack at all. 7th and 8th are still doing everything they can to hunt him down. Coming to the white flag this time. Hudson Jack Erlin not even feeling the heat all too hard. Still just running the normal line. No defensive driving yet. Jason Burgess has the white flag cued and ready as they roll out of the shark fin here, Justin. Little bobble, first one in a moment there from the 2-1-4. You saw him hang that right rear off the edge of the asphalt, exiting the shark fin.
That's Jack Irwin having to hold on right now. Mull yet again not taking the chance to go with the white flag waving this time by. When is the time to strike? Pettit still waits in the wings as well in the popcorn seat. Beckman also back there watching along to see where things heat up. One of the best chances is coming up to turn 5 right here. Mull yet again, nothing doing on the move. No chances yet popping up. Mull tries to get a little bit of an up and under move going that time to the horseshoe. No change, no side-by-side yet except for 3rd because Beckman wants to take away the spot. Pettit forced to the outside for now as they come up to the kink. Pettit, though, has the preferred groove for green corner, is able to hold on for now with a squeeze off on Beckman, while the top two look to still run single file. Layton Mole seems content. No forced moves at all here.
Last two turns on the circuit. White flag in the air. Coming to the checkered flag. Mole with a little fade out of the shark fin. Setting up for maybe an over-under, or if nothing else, a big run down the straight. Here he goes. Pokes the nose to the inside of Jack Erlin. He'll get a big shove from Pettit. Now Pettit will fade to the outside for third. Side by side all around. No change to the black and checkers. Provisional Heat 2 winner in Groups A and C. Hudson Jack Erlin over Layton Mole and Travis Pettit. Race Beckman fourth. Christopher Yaltze fifth. Shipley, Anderson, Lewis, Gavin Dyer, Derek Wargo, your top 10. And trying to recover from the start woes. Paulie D. Hart started 12th, went backwards, has charged back to 17th. Jonathan Bore was the driver that got spun in turn 1. He climbs back to 24th. Jacob Scheible gets to 29th, but that'll hurt in the heat tally. Hudson Jack Erlin, your Heat 2 Groups A and C winner over Mole, Pettit, Beckman, and Yaltze.
Again, some interesting racing, but Hudson Jack Erlin, once he got into the race lead, just got a lot of coordination together with Layton Mole. Again, both of them Burrell Arts, although with different respective classifications for the team side of things. Seems like that coordination coming into play to make sure they kept it clean up to the finish line here in this one.
Junior heats in the books, senior heavy on deck, 60 plus. And ready for action, we return here from Newcastle Motorsports Park. You're watching Kart Chasers coverage of the CKNA Grand Nationals.
You know, I'm really starting to like this go-karting thing.
Yeah, me too. Oh my gosh, can I show you this cute dress I just got?
Yes, of course. Oh my goodness, it's so cute.
I just love shopping.
I love shopping too.
Oh my god.
Wait, did you guys say you like shopping?
Of course.
Well, dude, I have the perfect place to do that at. ShopPayKara.com. At ShopPayKara.com, you can get free shipping on orders $200 or more. You can get anything you want, like MXC rims, gloves, rib vests, shoes, anything that you need, all at ShopPayKara.com.
Who is he talking to?
No idea.
But we're gonna have to check it out. Sounds like a great deal.
Sure does.
Let's go race.
Come on, man.
Cat food marketing. $9.99 a month.
Dude, Caleb, wake up. Dude, we're live in 5 minutes. Let's go. Come on. What are you doing?
Dude, I'm so sorry. Xander had me in a cat food marketing meeting till like 2 a.m. last night.
Come on, man.
Do you have anything I can drink?
Dude, I got the perfect thing for you. Perico, it's a healthy energy drink alternative.
Perico, non-GMO, gluten-free, kosher, magnesium, B12, B6,
Yeah, it's good.
B5, biotin, and 0 sugar? Pericazo! Try Perico, made with natural ingredients, organic caffeine, and supports your metabolism. Try the new official energy drink of Kart Chaser.
Karts are on the circuit. It's time for a Coyote Senior Heavy. Christopher McKeithen on the pole. Christopher Wakefield alongside. They've had some drag races this season. James Overbeck and Owen Lloyd round out your top 4. Here's Andrew.
Row 3, Eli Fox and Henry Wheeler on ahead of AJ Roderick and Jerry Fandry. Row 5, Bryce Frank off that impressive charge from last night starts the inside of Logan Stevens.
Then you have Tyler Dolenko starting in the 11th with Ryan Miller in the 12th position. Randall Potter starts 13th with Justin Wishart should say, in 14th. Jason Rothman up from Canada in 15th. And Christian in Salvaglio will round out the top 16. Adam Maxwell, Matt Lyda settles in Bolton. Your top 20 as the field already working their way out of I-70.
Here's the second page of starters here, and you're going to start to see some bigger and bigger names having to roll from deep in the pack, especially when we get back to page number 3, those that had DNFs in last night's heat race. Take a look at this. All the names towards the bottom. Eric Fagan, Sean Meyer, Mark Steele, Jimmy Bradford, Cody Sabota, Gabe Sessler, Nick Sobiek out of the top 5. And he'll start back outside the top 50. Christopher McKeithen has them all ready to go for heat number 2 all together in senior heavy, ready for action. 8 laps on the board, and we're way down to turn 1. All good through turn number 5 here. Single file for the first 3. McKeithen over Wakefield. Owen Lloyd slotting into third and already won to split up the duo out front. He will right there in the cell tower hairpin. Move him up to second. Little gap back to Overbeck and then Eli Fox. Henry Wheeler. Roderick got away decent. So did Fandry. There was one of the CRGs that got turned backwards in turn 1, and I think we lost one other on the short shoot out of the scale corner. Meanwhile, Fox to the inside on Overbeck. And the PPK Coyotes are going backwards in a hurry. Here's our lead change. First of the day in senior heavy. Owen Lloyd through like butter with a smooth cut from third to first here in this opening lap. There's Henry Wheeler in the all-white suit for the Mark Steele Motorsports camp, trying to fight side by side with AJ Roderick. And Bryce Frank is going to get by both of them into the final turn.
Good charge from Frank so far. The penalty flag already pops up at the flag stand. But even better so far when it comes to Lloyd. Just able to charge on by. Was running up to 3/10 quicker than anybody else in the field while starting from the 4th position. Just able to pick up spot after spot. And we know he's got the speed in multiple classes. A little bit of bobbling there with some of the bumping that time from McKeithen. But able to hold on to it, keep it straight as the top 5 pull away from the rest of the field.
Yeah, McKeithen kind of got into him at an awkward angle, and it caught Owen out of shape quite a bit there. Also, I'm sure the leaders are getting through quite a bit of grass and debris from the first few corners in the natural first lap chaos that'll happen with 60 go-karts on the racetrack at the same time. But with 1 lap in the books, Owen Lloyd is your leader, folks, as they roll into the infield hairpin. Here's Henry Wheeler leading the second pack with Bryce Frank in tow.
Yeah, they keep on going back and forth a little bit back there. Also, Frank's had to fight just to be able to hold on in that midst of battle. I believe lost a spot, in fact, with Wheeler. So things just continuing to scrap back there, and that's going to cost them more and more ground and coil everybody up in just about the top 15. But things are more important up front. McKeithen using teamwork to be able to work with James Overbeck, take the race lead away from Lloyd. See them just going back and forth like a pendulum swing right now when it comes to some of these changes right now. We know these Coyote PPKs are going to want to work together to be able to defend and try and keep things at bay for McKeithen. But Lloyd, again, is very comfortable in cell tower to make passes here today.
And he doesn't want to let them get away like he did last night. He spent the last half of heat number one after driving through the pack, just hoping for some movement up front. He never got it. Wakefield, McKeithen, and Overbeck stayed single file to the checkers. And now Owen Lloyd seeing it at any moment, if two of them get together, there's a chance they're going to get away. He's not going to work with them one bit. Eli Fox there trying to play wingman and also just fight his own race towards the front. There was looking for second, looking for third. Now he's going to get fed a wheel and go back about 2 or 3 spots. And here's Henry Wheeler and Bryce Frank now joining in as they rocket down the front straight away. This will be 3 laps complete. 5 laps to go. And a lot of racing still on tap here in Senior Heavy. And look how close the pack has gotten just off that bit of movement in the front here. McKeithen now with Lloyd behind him. Little gap to Wakefield. And then it's about 7 of them lined up to A.J. Roderick and Tyler Dolak. And a little gap doesn't take you long to find Christian Savoglio. Keeping an update here on some of the drivers that had to start way back in the field. Cody Sabota's already up nearly 20 positions. Gabe Sessler, the same. They're up into the mid-30s. Long way still to haul to get up to where they want to be, but they're at least going in the right direction now, about halfway up the board. On the other end, problems for Hunter Bolton, Peyton Klein are only 2 DNFs of the drivers that made it through the opening lap. They are no longer running. It is down to 54, back to Katie McDaniel. And they both needed some improvements from last night's showing. So here we are with McKeithen and Lloyd still in order. Note 5th, Fox to Frank, to Roderick, to Dolak, to Savoglio, and then a few more are closing in on Christian. In the 11th spot, looks to be maybe, actually, Jerry Fandry up to 10th. Savoglio back to 11th. Logan Stevens up to 12th after dropping back off the start. And another driver on the move, Wyatt Leslie in the 541 from 28th has gone up to 18th. So a handful of drivers picking up spots. Not as many hard chargers as last night, but it's still not over. And we also haven't seen nearly as much chaos. Let's see a lead change. Maybe that'll spark it. Owen Lloyd, big send. Crossover from McKeithen. Wakefield wasn't close enough. Now he is. Here he goes. And Owen Lloyd is going to watch 1, 2, maybe 3 Coyotes try to get by him. No, he'll go back to the inside on Overbeck and try to keep his elbows out. It won't stick. Back to 4th for the 119.
Almost made it stick, though. Just hit a lot of the curbing that bumped him around. Had to force a reset. We were right there, though, as a result of that. He's brought in Fox with him. Eli Fox, we talked about, one of the drivers keeping an eye on during the practice session because of his ability to make some of the passes yesterday in Heat 1. But Lloyd, again, pitter-pattering on the line. Fox pitter-pattering to the inside for a moment. Neither side able to gain. It just seems like when the top 5 work together as a group, or the top 4, they're able to separate a touch bit out. But Wheeler and Fox keep losing ground when they start single file. And when they fight, they're able to gain. And you can see the charge signal given by Fox wanting Henry Wheeler to work fast and close this gap as they continue to squabble for second again.
Yeah, side by side right there. Owen Lloyd now going to get 3rd away. He'll start to break up the teammates here as back goes Christopher Wakefield, the newest of the 3. McKeithen and Overbeck 1 and 2. Here comes Lloyd with help from Henry Wheeler. Let's see if he can send it right here. He's got to run. Could go. Overbeck hurt him. He's going to go to the lead himself. James Overbeck through with a crossover from McKeithen. That'll stick back to the shark fin. And the 919 holds. Look at this big send here from Wakefield. He'll try to get back up the board. Goes to 4th. Fox pointing at Wakefield for Henry Wheeler to know he's looking to go right on him. Watch this. That signal right there from Eli pointing at P4 was meant to be received by Henry Wheeler. Fox did not get the help down the straight, but he's trying to get past him. Further back, Jerry Fandry was side by side with A.J. Roderick. Looked like he might have been able to pull off the move in turn 1. As we got the 2-lap to go signal, he did. So move the 577 back up to 8th, his original starting spot. And the defending begins now. McKeithen and Overbeck on the low side. Lloyd high on the entry, looked low into the horseshoe section, the double right. Now to the cell tower hairpin. Any big moves here? We'll see Wakefield send it on Lloyd and give him a little bit of an extra helping at the end of the corner. Owen's not happy about it. Eli Fox through to third.
Yeah, obviously not going to be happy when he falls back the lowest he's been basically all race long. Able to get the spot back on Wheeler at least, but that's all built up the buffer with the Coyote PPKs. The top two, see them just working together to try to run away a bit. But keep in mind, you also have Fox that can really break things up. He's been looking very fast, able to claw his way through these passes to try and at least hold on to the podium positions here. Coming up to the white flag this time by. Wouldn't be surprised to not see any move amongst the top two until we get to the start and finish line. With the way they're working together already, McKeithen said push me with the hand signals.
And Overbeck started that going into the turn 13 section saying, hey, here's our chance. We've got a little breathing room. Let's break away. And they are glued through turns 1, 2, 3, and 4. It's a lot of trust Overbeck has in himself and McKeithen to not break him loose. And now Christopher Wakefield closes back in on Eli Fox. I don't know if the 122 has the speed to get there on his own, and it doesn't look like he's going to have help to get there. Wakefield with a big send in the cell tower. Henry Wheeler with a crossover on all of them. He'll get back down the inside. Lloyd now alongside Wakefield. Fox will want to find a way around either one of them if he can to get back forward. Wheeler covers low. Big send from Christopher Wakefield down the inside. It sends Henry Wheeler to the wayside. And he is not making any friends here. And this is the part of the weekend where you get that aggressive that early. You make your Sunday that much harder. His teammates are well out in front. Wakefield diving, sending it, defending a bit here. And as they roll to the last turn, let's see if he can hold on to third. Fox is right there. Lloyd is there. 3 MGMs lined up behind. Here comes Bryce Frank to try and push as Fox has a run. Black and checkers to the line for the leaders. It'll be a drag race there. McKeithen holds and Wakefield hangs on over Fox and Lloyd. Frank 6th. Another solid finish off a horrific qualifying for Bryce Frank. 9th and now a P6. AJ Roderick 7th, a solid run. Fandry another P8. That'll put him safely inside the top 10 in the heat points. And then Wheeler drops tonight. Tyler Stevens able to steal the 10th spot on that final lap from Dulac. Nice move.
Yeah, some good battling in the field yet again. Fandry had to fight hard just to be able to get back to his starting spot yet again. But once again, those Coyote PPKs, you've got to find a way to break them up if you want to be able to succeed. And guess what? In the very end, another 1, 2, 3 for them as the rest of the field scrolls on through on screen. And some of the drivers like Mark Steele didn't get the spots back like we were expecting. Potentially a lot of big names still stay to the back here in this one, Xander.
Crossover I did almost helped us. Huh? I think the crossover I did. Oh, it did, absolutely, yeah. That jumbled them up. All right, guys, bring them in.
I thought I got pretty good.
We're driving the fuck away from the field, but we're bringing them back in because we're like throwing bombs. Oh well. Yeah. Hey, that's not very nice. I have one too. I know. Don't say that. You have. Don't say I know. You are. You can see, you know. Like when we went side by side in Sharpman, when I got back under, like I was not planning on being there. Yeah. So when you came out, like I was. Zero, go left. Okay. I was gonna give you a corner, and our bumper slipped, and it actually pulled me. No, I could tell. But I wasn't gonna like squeeze you off either. I was taking you over there. My seat right there.
You can see there's still a bit of cleanup to go, unfortunately, here from Senior Heavy. Action continues here live on Kart Chaser. When we return, it's time to go back to the Legends division with Ryan Cassidy and Todd Bolton starting on your front row.
This is Henry. Henry feels sad. Henry feels sad because it's time for his next big race and his go-kart is in bits. Henry doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing is the United States' #1 shop for all of your karting equipment needs. Henry also doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing can deliver anything from tires to race suits and even wheels directly to your front door or to the racetrack itself, quickly and efficiently, with tech support available 6 days a week. Poor Henry doesn't even know that Acceleration Kart Racing offers free shipping to mainland USA on selected product if you spend $200 or more. Do yourself a favor. Go to accelerationkarting.com and make sure that you are never left stuck on the pre-grid with Henry. Be smart and don't be like Henry.
Paulie Massimino wins the Wisconsin Grand Prix. James Overbeck on start number 2 gets win number 1 in OKN Stars.
On track or off, Brandon Jarsekrak Racing delivers elite performance. Led by 4-time Pro National Champion Brandon Jarsekrak, our team masters driver coaching, data-driven analysis, and mechanical precision at every national event. Contact us today at BrandonJarsekrackracing.com.
Are you ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today.
Florida Kart Racers, you asked for it and we're going to bring it. Introducing Florida Karting Championship, FLKC, a brand new racing series coming to Florida in 2026.
Are you looking to take the next step in your racing journey? Well, look no further than PitFit.
With 2 locations in Charlotte, North Carolina and Indianapolis, Indiana, PitFit trains drivers all the way from grassroots level karting to IndyCar and NASCAR, with top-of-the-line personalized coaching to improve physical and cognitive fitness.
For more information on programs, check out PitFit on Instagram or Facebook today.
Heat number 2 on tap for the Legends division as they take to the racetrack and get ready to go. We should be green with them here in a moment. It'll be another 8-lap dash, just shy of 50 drivers. Todd Bolton and Ryan Cassidy have had the field covered. And they will start from the best vantage point once again, front row. Bolton had the pole. Cassidy was able to get the drag race to beat him to the line in heat number 1. Heat 2, flip the script, flip the order, and get ready to line them out or send them back out again. Doug Cook starts on the inside of row 2 alongside Scott Falcone. Then it's Tim Shutt and James Perkins on row 3. Corey Flint, Todd Barron, row 4. Ellie Yanko, John O'Keefe on row number 5. Ron Kleiss, Michael Wells, James Insko, JD Gunn, Mike Stevenson, your top 15. Looks like about all 47 are ready. And here we go for heat number 2 in Legends. 8 laps on the board. The blue and white. Ryan Cassidy there on your right. The all black 22. Todd Bolton on the left. Looking for the green flag from Jason Burgess once again. Let's go racing from Saturday morning here in Newcastle. Oh, big contact here. A number of karts. It's a yard sale in turn number 1, about 15 of them getting stacked and turned into the grass, stuck on the racetrack. Todd Barron involved, James Perkins involved, a number of your top contenders from the outside lane going to the wayside. And that will majorly change up the running order and the point standings here. Schutt able to get away. He was probably one of the last ones through it, along with Scott Falcone. And behind them, it's Ron Kleiss in the 7, picking up 5 spots already. Side by side for Ellie Yanko. And what looked to be maybe O'Keefe there in the 111. John O'Keefe fighting on the outside edge of the top 10, now well inside of it. And even the top 2 that broke away in Heat 1 have been split apart. Doug Cook with a good start, has gotten the better of Todd Bolton. It's Ryan Cassidy leading them to the shark fin with Tim Schutt right in line. So a 2-driver breakaway in Heat 1 will be a little tougher to pull off. Let's take a look. Apologies about that there, folks. Just trying to take a little look at that moment down in turn number 1 from the start of the race. And as we log back in, Cassidy, your leader over the 16 of Doug Cook, Todd Bolton, Tim Schutt, Scott Falcone, Kleiss, Insko, Yanko, John O'Keefe, Mike Stevenson, Michael Wells, J.D. Gunn, Rob Howden, Tim Stiefel, Jamie MacArthur, your top 15. And of those top starters, the biggest notable, James Perkins, 34th here at the end of lap number 1. Jeff Scott down from 8th in the 73 all the way back to 30th. Todd Barron so deep in the grass, he did continue. He's back to 43rd, one of the last karts still running on the circuit, and we lost a couple out of it. But it's Cassidy, your leader, through the green corner.
Yeah, now it's going to be the question, wow, is he going to work now with somebody different compared to his coordination with the Fel Coyote all throughout the run yesterday? That's the major thing. Right now we know Cook yesterday fell back and lost touch with the draft with those two linked up the way they were. So Cassidy, at the least, has a lot of speed to be able to fire off down the straightaways and be able to break away. Even with the toe difference here, he's just got that speed coming out of the corners that helps build up some of these buffers compared to some of the others right now. And that's going to be, I think, something that forces some urgency for Bolton if he gets a chance here to make a move and try and retake second if there's an opportunity here.
Doug Cook even had a little look into turn number 5 on Cassidy. I don't know if anyone really has nearly the edge today that we saw last night, or maybe it was just the fact that they had gotten a bit of a gap and we're already outside the draft window by the end of the opening lap, because Todd Bolton's speed, maybe not as strong here with the sun shining, and the same for Cassidy. Everyone else looks like they're close to him. This is very similar to what we saw in the warm-up. To be fair, we got a preview of it with the lap times they hit earlier today, Justin. There were a lot of drivers that were really close in lap times. So it's no surprise, I guess, if you go off that data, that we've got a lead pack of 9 or 10, but it should have been more. That turn 1 incident was wild. Let's take one more look back at it here. Left side of your screen. As we watch them head down to the first corner. Look at this here. Right just to the right of our camera. 4th and 6th and 8th kind of get tagged together. And it collects a number of them. And then there's just more chaos because of karts getting stuck, hitting the brakes and getting on top of each other about midway through the pack.
Yeah, big Constantina effect in the back of the pack as a result of that situation. I think it was more so just for one, I've seen some bobble from the inside with some contact that shuffled up into the outside line. And that, again, has kind of changed how some of this race has looked here with some of these competitors now. But as we come up to the halfway point coming up here, the rest of the field just in a decent spot at least for being able to see where they size up. We'll say top 2 have officially checked out. Already Schutt, able to jump to 3rd. Bolton losing ground here.
Yeah, there he goes. Todd Bolton to the wayside, losing 3, 4, 5, 6 positions. Tim Schutt shoved him along for the first few laps, but ultimately decided it was better to go, and now Todd Bolton is slipping down the order. And along with that, another driver going the opposite direction, way up the board. How about it for Mike Stevenson in the 09? He was up to 11th as of last time by the stripe, and Mike Stevenson started 40th. So he is up 29 positions and counting. Here's the 111 of John O'Keefe making the move on the MGM past Bolton. He'll make that move stick for P8. J.D. Gunn also up a number of positions on the LSR Motorsports Camp Chaos CRG. 11 gained for him to go to P10.
That's a lot of spots picked up by those two, absolutely, here. And that's partly just being able to get through the chaos, but also just raw speed in general. Change for second. Shot going to the inside, takes it through, coming to Cell Tower. Crossover back, though. Cook able to retake it, coming out of 9. To go up to the kink. This allowed Cassidy to almost break out of drafting distance. As a result of that squabbling, this is exactly what Falcones wanted, to be able to make sure he stays up at the front here in this Legends race, is the battle for second to heat up to the point where they focus on themselves rather than trying to keep up with the leader.
Yeah, I would back him right up to him, but I don't know. That's a big gap. I would think that they're going to quickly lock back in and try to hold on to the coattails of Ryan Cassidy, the race leader. You can still see the further updates here. Todd Bolton now in the black 22 continues to slip backwards. There must be something amiss for him horsepower-wise. You saw him kind of shrug down that main straightaway, and he was about to get freight trained once again, losing maybe 4 or 5 more positions on the front stretch. Falcone leads a 3-pack here. That's Ron Kleiss in the 7, James Insko in the 117 right behind. Then a little gap to Ellie Yanko, John O'Keefe, and J.D. Gunn's kind of by himself in the 9th position. And now the 09 of Mike Stevenson's cracked the top 10. How about it? 30 spots up in the morning. And he's got room to get more here. You can see this pack is starting to tighten here behind Falcone. I don't know if he's got the speed to hunt down those 2 in front. He's trying to catch them. He might get there. They finally traded second. Shutt is through.
Yeah, they are still not done yet, though. Cook thought about an error move going through scoreboard. Just, again, thinking about a place to poke, being able to try and retake the spot, go from there. Cook at this point looking at back-to-back thirds if he can't make a pass back. But the thing is, Falcone is in a decent spot to be able to maybe get some draft here. Falcone, last time by, was in the same ballpark speed-wise as them. It's just he needs a little bit more help, and he's not getting the help he needs per se. He gained with that battle 3 tenths on Shutt and another 3 additional tenths on Cook. So there is a chance for Falcone, if there's one more battle back and forth, to maybe think about a move for a third of some of the other carts continue to ride in their packs.
Yeah, that was a look just outside the top 10. Michael Wells leading a group with Jamie MacArthur, Rob Howden in there. Todd Bolton's falling back behind them, and he's just trying to hang on for dear life, now slipping behind the 396 Merlin of Jeff Sterling. And this is starting to look a little bit like Heat 1 pace-wise. Ryan Cassidy definitely has the better of the main group. He's lapping by himself quicker than any of them are working together. And without Todd Bolton running at full song, this is a Ryan Cassidy runaway in the making, and I think fourth on back have realized that. Ron Kleiss taking the fight to Falcone now, bringing through John O'Keefe in the 111. Here's Insko side by side with Falcone. Whoa! Falcone with some more sign language further back, and J.D. Gunn around the outside. White flag here, pass for second also. Doug Cook back through.
Yeah, they just have not given up on their back and forth here. Another squeeze by Cook going through 2. And now this might be a bit of a tough gap to close up here for Shutt. He lost a lot of ground as a result of the checkup effect to avoid contact with the 16. Now it might take the full lap just to be able to regain the ground in that fight. Kleiss holding on meanwhile behind. Will say got shuffled as we were looking away though by O'Keefe. O'Keefe doing a good job from 14th spot in the blue machine to be able to put himself in a good point spot for the end of this race.
If Todd Bolton can stop the bleeding here, it would be good. He's right now slipped all the way down to 5th in the live heat standings. Ryan Cassidy now with a comfortable advantage to either Doug Cook or Tim Shutt, depending on what happens on these final few laps. Cook in second, Shutt in third, and then here's Falcone's backward slide. He's got Elianko now closing in along with J.D. Gunn. Insko trying to make another run back at him. The 111 of John O'Keefe, by the way, started 14th, so up into the top 5 is pretty massive. Black and checkers in the air, not for Cassidy. This will be smooth to the end for him. Heat 2 winner in Legends further back. Nothing really changing too much in the top 10. Mike Stevenson concludes that impressive charge from 40th to end inside the top 10. One off, top of the hill. A little bit wide for one of the red machines, one of the red speed carts it looked like. That is the 31 getting shuffled off. Tim Connell. He'll fall all the way back down to 32nd. All the hard work to climb up the leaderboard. A few other hard chargers. Anthony Harwin up from 45th to 26th. That's a near 20 spot gain. Jeff Chalmers started 35th. How about Kevin Scott? Along with Mike Stevenson, Kevin Scott finishes 16th just off the page here from 46th. So 30 spots for him, 30 spots for Mike Stevenson in the 09 to get to the top 10 at the end of heat number 2. But it's still all about Ryan Cassidy in Legends. And he is looking to go for an unprecedented consecutive winning streak here at the CKNA Grand Nationals. He and Todd Bolton have been the only winners in history. And he's already swept the first 2 heat races. Senior Light, 2 more groups to go. We'll take one more commercial break here coming up with those final 2 classes ready to roll for the opening rotation of heats. There'll be a short operational break. And then the activity will recommence with the 3rd and final round of heat races here for the morning groups. You're watching Kart Chasers coverage from Newcastle.
Florida Kart Racers, you asked for it and we're going to bring it. Introducing Florida Karting Championship, FLKC, a brand new racing series coming to Florida in 2026.
Kyle, what are you doing?
It's got my new Greyhound seat.
You don't even have a cart.
Doesn't matter. I have a Greyhound.
Is Kyle Cuthbertson doesn't even have a go-kart.
Doesn't matter.
Cuthbertson through on Turney. Turney in the dirt.
More karts on the racetrack. CKT Senior Light Heat Racing ready to go. Christopher McKeithen doing double duty here today. Cameron Reed, she'll start in the 2nd position. Then you have Mitchell Moreland, Shane Reddy amongst the top 4, Dylan Amundsen and Adel Renko inside the top 6. Pexa starts off in 7th with Will Lohr in the 8th position. Then rounding out the top 10, John Treadwell and Owen Lloyd is in 10th position. Dylan White and Major Stevens will start in 12th position. Braden Zerbs will start in 13th. Cara Kilgo will start in 14th. Diego Ramos back in 15th with Josie Chambers. Then you have Lucas Noguera, Heber, Gleeman, and DeMaster, a part of your top 20. Rest of the starters now pop up on screen amongst some of the notables towards the back. Bobby Krug, we'll see how he proves. Samuel Gao showed some good speed at times here today. The rest of the field sorts itself out here for our first of 2 heats. It's the B and D group, 43 starters. Adrian Sibbett will round out the field at the tail. Gelviite.
Yeah, the racing has kept us to the edge of our seats, but it's Cameron Reed on the outside, Christopher McKeithen on the inside, green flag in the air. We're racing in Senior Light. First couple of corners already, so far so good for your top 5 as Owen Lloyd slots in a 2nd. Reed lost 1 there to the South Georgia Karting MGM, but everybody going through, and one driver way off the racetrack into the grass. Looking to rejoin now just about the mid-pack, but almost last there as The rest of the crew goes through, and Owen Lloyd to the lead of the race on the exit of the cell tower hairpin here, Justin.
Yeah, already things building up intensely, and yet again, Lloyd taking a lead in a race. It's been a constant thing this morning in both of the classes he's ran in here. The thing's going to be, though, can he stay in front of all the drivers in the midst of a hornet's nest? This train going back all the way to about 15, 16 spots so far to start things off here. And the major thing right now, too, is we know McKeithen likes to be able to dart around and try and work his way forward here. We'll see what McKeithen is able to do here as he pushes the back of Lloyd.
And again, this is really that stage of the race, right, where you kind of start to relax a little bit as Braden Zerves looking for a move there on the inside on Morrow. He gets through. Amundsen right behind him. Aiden Lorenko right in line as well. To Diego Ramos on the Steel Motorsports. Burrell Arden now. Here's the change for the lead. McKeithen to the bottom of the racetrack. Cameron Reed looking to follow through. Lloyd around the outside. He gets clear, and Reed now falls under fire to Shane Reddy as he looks to steal third. And Lloyd gonna defend there a little bit into the cell tower hairpin to again deny anybody else to stick a nose down low as the 13 of Ramos now able to get ahead of Aiden Lorenko with Jordan Klein just right behind them.
Ramos already cutting his way towards the top 10, started off in 15 just moments ago. We just talked about that, and we know Ramos across the nation is a strong competitor no matter what type of kart you put him in. Had been a winner in Canada also recently, the past month or so, also in the 13 machine. It's going to be about picking up these spots here, finessing your way through these positions without losing yourself too much time here, Caleb, because the more you fight, the more time you can lose and the more the packs can split up. Even with the draft effect, that still costs you potential time to make more moves if you don't time up these passes right.
Yeah, very well said there, Justin. As we look back to the lead of the race, still McKeithen to Lloyd, and they've started to separate a little bit from the Reed Motorsports CRG of Cameron Reed and Shane Reddy. Just look back to Jonathan Treadwell. Look like he was sending some type of signal. They want to go on the racing occasion here. Is it going to be through the cell tower hairpin? It's not. Reddy's going to wait. Treadwell will not, as Morrow now looks to go by on Will Lawler, and he's able to get clear.
Yeah, right now, we're doing a good job in terms of some of these passes. It's been right now for these drivers, though, a chess match on when the move wants to be made. Right now, Lloyd making the move, going through scoreboard, and bringing Reed with him. Reed falling on through. We know Reed, amongst the drivers that competed last year's out of the box challenge to pick up a win there, has had a lot of momentum this weekend, has been a contender for top 5 speed in each of the heats she's been a part of. Now looks to try and work forward and try and see what's next with McKeithen yet again still separate up for the rest of those Coyote Peak PKs.
Yeah, and they're looking to change. Talk about changes. There's one up front. Cameron Reed up to second as Owen Lloyd. Getting a little wide there on the exit of turn number 4, and it's going to stay the same, but those top 4, all single file line. It's bumper to bumper all the way back to Braden Zerves, and now it's going to change. McKeithen looking to go back by on Cameron Reed. They're side by side. Christopher McKeithen gets through. Treadwell looking to go by. Shane Reddy as well on Reed, who's going to be stuck on the outside. And again, it's all going to shuffle for Cameron Reed, who was up to second. And now it's side by side again with Morrow and Shane Reddy, who's going to have the inside as we head into scoreboard. And Reed able to stop the bleeding. And it just gets nerve-wracking, right? In situations like that, you look to go for a move and you get past, and you're on the edge of either losing 10 spots or just 1. And luckily for Cameron, able to stay there in 4th as everybody else files in. And you see that separation, right? How much time is lost through these corners when you try to make a move. And there you have the sportsmanship flag, letting them know there's a penalty looming for somebody inside of this front group. As now Diego Ramos, Dylan Amundsen looking to work together to try and get up to Shane Reddy, it looks like, in company. That group led by Shane Reddy. Braden Zerves, the first driver that's going to be on the chopping block to the MGM driver and the Brellart driver. And I think maybe Amundsen was going to let him through. Maybe he wasn't expecting Lorenko to try and go back by as well, as there's a change again. Jonathan Treadwell, Christopher McKeithen through on Owen Lloyd as Lloyd looks to go right back for a second. He's clear.
Yet again, the doors opening up, and the thing about McKeithen, each and every time we've seen him. He seems most comfortable when he's able to control the race lead. Already plays hard defensive lines when we see some of the passes, like we're seeing with Lawler in the background as well. But whenever he has a chance, he just tries to hug that inside of the final 2 laps. Things heating up with Treadwell making the move at scoreboard there with Reed. Again, Lloyd trying to make moves. Nobody taking an opportunity to take a breath here to be able to reset. Everyone's saying it's time to press pass button, pass button, pass button, let me pass button, pass. It's time for another pass.
And it's time for a pass for Will Lawler here as he goes by on Shane Reddy. Tried to at least in a turn 1, and it just got a little bit too close there for Lawler and for Shane Reddy. The two of them just had to get on the brakes, and everybody else behind checking up. But now Jonathan Treadwell, we've seen him be assertive and commanding when he wants to get to the lead. He's going to wait with McKeithen, and it looked like he thought about it. Just had a little look into turn number 6 and not going to go. And again, that little bit of a half move. Going to lose him a little bit of time as Zerv's now on Lawler. Going to go by into the South Tower hairpin. Here we go. And a very good point that you made, right? These drivers just haven't given themselves time to breathe, time to rest. It's been pass after pass, lap after lap, and just, rearranging the order for when we get to the 2-6 in the air this next time around. And that's where it matters, right? You talk about the averages, you talk about the points when we get to tomorrow. Again, this is going to be their first of their heat races. Heat 2 later on today. That's going to be the decider of where they start tomorrow afternoon for the Grand National Championship. That's the day that matters, right? This, everybody's going to forget if you won a heat race, where you finished. They're going to remember where you finished tomorrow, and that's the biggest thing to keep in mind for these drivers. Treadwell, on the other hand, with Cameron Reed, looking to go by on Christopher McKeithen in a turn 1. He's going to look to hold on a second on the outside, and it's not going to hold. He's going to slot in a third, and Owen Lloyd brought right back into the mix. That red MGM, how many times have we counted him out? But he's proved us wrong time and time again, as now Reed to the bottom of the racetrack with McKeithen. Lloyd looking to follow Treadwell on the inside. Now into 6, he holds on to 3rd, but Cameron Reed, for the first time this weekend, your leader in Senior Light.
Yeah, will that stay here is the question. Already signaling, okay, let's work together a little bit with McKeithen, hoping to build a buffer for now and try and make it a 2-car battle up front. Easier said than done, though. With the way the signals have worked today, people usually take those signals and scramble them as much as possible with the way things have shaped out here this weekend. Right now, it's just going to be when does Treadwell try and break things up here. McKeithen taking a bit of a cut. That would have been a bit of a bolder move to do it through 16, 17, 18. We've seen contact and the very few times that's worked in the short shoot.
Oh, and here we go. Reed looks to block low. McKeithen goes even lower. That's to the bottom of the racetrack as well. Treadwell looked to go for second. Not clear. But again, we're getting close to the end here. Christopher McKeithen catches Cameron Reed by surprise. And now everybody all the way back to Amundsen. Brought right back into play here with 1 lap to go. McKeithen to the bottom. Reed going to follow him through as Owen Lloyd stays in line in 4th.
Yeah, this now is the question. Can McKeithen defend? We know McKeithen plays hard defensively. We just touched upon it with his racing line. Usually hugs that inside groove several times over. And now we'll try and set things up again. Top 2 breaking away. 4 now making the top 3. Will Reed go for a bold move for a scoreboard? Not quite. In fact, it's more so Lloyd trying to go for a crossover and not getting it on Treadwell as they come to the shark fin.
Yeah, we're getting close here. One more shot here for Cameron Reed. It's getting close to the end as McKeithen still blocking. And again, we saw how low Cameron Reed was able to go when we got to that front stretch. Black and checkered in the air as Owen Lloyd slots out of line. Cameron Reed looking for a lane. Not enough. Christopher McKeithen wins heat race number 2 in Senior Light to Cameron Reed, to Jonathan Treadwell, Owen Lloyd, and Shane Reddy, your top 5.
Yeah, and a good race yet again. A lot of battling back and forth amongst the leaders where it was no one driver really controlled things. McKeithen had to work for this race to be able to get the edge by a 1/10 of a second there. Yeah, Waller, who's in 6th. Ramos went all the way from 15th to 7th at the very end. Zers went from 13th to 8th as well. It's then dropping all the way down from 5th to 9th event. Lorenko just able to hold on to the top 10 as the rest of the drivers scroll on through here. Josie Chambers dropped down to about 16th at the very end, where they started, in fact. Logan Patska fell down to 13th on the previous page. Some drivers just couldn't get the grips to the end.
Morrow as well finished 30th, and you saw him coming across the line with a broken front fairing. Jordan Klein as well, another notable young lady, finished down in 39th. Tristan Altman as well only completed 3 laps. Bobby Krug and more not able to close this one out with a good look. But coming up next, the second half of Senior Lights. They're led out by 8-time Grand National Champion Colin Warren. And again, it was a rough day for him in Senior Medium yesterday in the morning. But last night, it was good, where he was able to get heat race number 1. He was able to get that victory. Now he's going to go against one of the youngest stars in the Senior Light class, Isaac Malquit. And again, those two actually went head-to-head at Daytona Kart Week, and Colin Warren gave a lot of respect to this kid on the impressions that he was going to make in 2025 in the Senior Light ranks here at Cup Karts North America. Said we all have to look out for that Steel Motorsports stealth machine of Isaac Malquit. And we'll keep an eye on it here as well. A couple of other rookies that moved up, the likes of Cade Yeager, starting alongside Eli Warren. And speaking of his dad and Keith Warren earlier today, this has been the best start they've had to the Grand Nationals. And they've been saying a little bit of flashbacks to what they saw the last time he was able to come out of here victorious. And again, it's just like the junior days. He said the kart feels good, we feel good, the kid feels good, and they're looking to get back to winning ways here this weekend. Cade Yeager, impressive to start the year over at the Charlotte Motor Speedway. And again, after moving up, that PPK Coyote team, a lot of rookies that have been impressive. Same for Adam Maxwell. Spoke to him a little bit this morning, and he's been back and forth, right? Senior heavy, senior light, and almost no time to breathe for the drivers doing the triple here this weekend. Maxwell has been impressive, cutting his way through the field. Kelvin Zing, another one to keep an eye on, the 666. Getting good conversation with him last night. Looking to make moves here today, and saying, you know, yesterday just a little bit too timid, like Xander said this morning. He wants to get his elbows out here in heat race number 2. Likes of Aiden Lorenko, Lucas Theck, getting ready to hit the racetrack here in a couple of moments. He's starting alongside Addison Iannello. Last night, finished inside of the top 10. Let's see what Addison can do here today. But again, the list of notables, of drivers, goes all the way through the top 10. Drivers that have competed for wins here at CKNA, likes of Ian Quinn last year, with a couple of good runs, as well as a couple of new faces, like this one here, and Jake Sessler, the Burley Products champion over in the Pacific Northwest. Christopher Wakefield as well, in senior medium, was able to start the year at Charlotte with a win to his name. Looking to find a little bit of more luck here in senior light. We get ready to go racing. Drivers keep an eye on. Stuck in the middle of the field, the likes of Henry Wheeler and more. Wakefield starting with David Barnes on row number 6, Maxwell Iannello to Quinn Theck, Young, Yeager, Zing Warren, Colin Warren, and Isaac Malquit. That's your top 10 rows, your top 6 rows really, and your top 12 starters.
Yeah, Jake Sessler is going to be back at 13th. Cale Zimmerman down in 14th. Connor Baker and Nick Foligno in the top 16. Sebastian Day in 17th. Logan Porter alongside him. Eli Fox will have to start deep in this field in 19th. Jack Grote in 20th. Austin Hill 21st. Henry Wheeler, you mentioned him. He's back 22nd. Matthew Landers, Emily DeMaster, top 24. Maddox Heacock along with Alex Murray in 26th. Adam Kay and Brendan Taylor along with Reagan Seville going to be someone to keep an eye on for 29th on McCarthy. Alongside him once the top 30. Once some of the drivers, Austin Speck had some issues yesterday. Look to try and charge up for 33rd in this field. Once some of the drivers at the back of the grid here at Caleb.
And a lot of them to keep an eye on here as they get ready to go racing. Heat race number 2, A versus C. A couple of other drivers. Again, those are the drivers that actually just got off the racetrack there But here we go. It's Colin Warren, the veteran in senior light, against one of the hottest rookies in 2025, and Isaac Malquit on the outside. It's VLR to Steel Motorsports, Burl Art, green flag. We got it. We're racing in senior light. Already side by side for a couple. Reagan Seville, Addison Ianello going side by side into turn number 5, and looks like for the most part everybody inside of the top 10 able to get through. A couple of shufflers through the mix as Zing goes by on Adam Maxwell. Now Lucas Theck taking advantage of that, going side by side with a fellow Coyote. They're going to drag race all the way into the green corner as Maxwell now going to have the inside on Lucas Theck. Seville going to work by, all the while being pushed by Addison Ianello just right behind them.
Yeah, so far so good for the field. No major battles per se yet, but it's still obviously the first lap, right? Things can heat up very quickly. Colin Warren, we know, is very much so wanting to add to that legacy that he's built up in this series when it comes to CKNA competition. 8 times winning a Grand Finals championship action, and now today is looking really good in light. I know in medium things have gone sour in terms of things there, but the light side seems to be in a powerful spot with how things have looked so far. Malkowit, though, nearly took it wide trying to build up a run coming through to turn 5.
Yeah, we'll see. Ike, again, it looked like he kind of wanted to think about a move into turn number 2. He's been patient, as now it's not going to pay off as Katie Yeager going to go by for second. Eli Warren looking to pass him as well. To Kelvin Zing, all going by on the 75 as Zing now side by side with Yeager. He's able to get clear for third. So now we'll move further back as well. Adam Maxwell catches Malquit by surprise to get clear for 5th here, Justin.
Yeah, it's almost like he played it too timidly. It goes into that point with Zing yesterday in terms of choosing lines, looking like more side-by-side building up as well with Seville. Where did Seville come from already? All right, from 29th, is that correct? Yes, Seville is charged through this field.
Yeah, what a drive up the field. Seville got a monster start to this race as now Malquit looking to go by on Kate Yeager, and again, Yeager made a mistake going into the shark fin, and again, that's not going to help him as Seville looks to work his way by as well in the 600. As now they're going to go side by side with Adam Maxwell, and Yeager able to stay ahead. But again, mistakes like that for the young Cade Yeager in the 64, not going to be beneficial. And again, when you have veteran drivers, sophomore drivers behind you, they're going to know that can't fly, right? You can't waste that much time making those mistakes, and they're going to go right on by the first chance that they get. As they now, Malquit points to the helmet, wants to push forward, needs a little bit of help from Seville to get there, to get up to this group of Colin Warren, Eli Warren, and Kelvin Zing. This is exactly what we saw last night, right? Malquit was a factor in his heat race, but the same for these 3 that find themselves up at the front once again in heat racing action, this time in heat 2.
Yeah, right now they are all working in sync to make sure that no one is able to catch up to them in the respective pack for the time being. A little early to go back and forth right now. Looks like the penalty flag popping up right now for somebody in the field as the field gets the warning of that situation. But talking about that grouping in terms of Malquit, Yeager, Seville in terms of closing up, 112.9s. They closed up a 10th last time by, so the second pack is slowly getting there. They just have to work a little bit harder to get fully in that draft and be able to fully section cup the groups together.
Here's a look at a couple of other movers. Owen McCarthy started 30th. He's up to 13th. Emily DeMaster started 24th. She's up to 11th. The same for Brennan Taylor, who started 28th, up to 16th. So again, that's a good number of drivers getting themselves into the mix here inside of the top 15. There's a look at DeMaster with Sessler right ahead of her. And then again, Sebastian Day in the 310 stealth machine for Steel Motorsports leading that group. But here they go. That second group has started to close in with Malquit, Yeager, Seville, and Maxwell there as well, all closing in. looks like as well a couple of more Day, just not too far off. Wakefield as well. So this group closing in. Young right there as well. So this is all about a kickoff. We're halfway through now. There you have a look at Wakefield in the back, but this group starting to close in, and they're pushing. I think Wakefield might have lost a little bit too much time, and we'll see as Kel Zimmerman now making moves. Kel Zimmerman, again, another one of the notables that we saw with a DNF in heat race number 1 last night, Justin.
Yeah, we know Kel Zimmerman's got the speed he's showcased in some of his other classes here this weekend to be able to make passes. The problem's going to be now having a chance to be able to go up from 19th last time by the scoring loops. It's going to be very difficult right now with them as far back as they are, 7 seconds back of the leader at the moment. We'll say with some of these drivers like Zing and company, Zing's become the bridge car, and he's now getting zipped by those that don't want to be seeing him as the bridge. They feel like they should be the ones constructing the bridge to get up there.
Yeah, sadly for them, they're losing a little bit too much time as side by side with Seville and Zing. Where does Zing slot in a line here? Is now Seville around the outside, a little bit of contact in between the two. Seville drops a tire into the grass, and he's going to fall behind Adam Maxwell. And again, that's just 2 drivers fighting for the same piece of real estate as Jason Burgess again going to warn them here with that sportsmanship flag as now Wakefield works his way through. Here's that second group. There's been no moves outside of Sessler getting shuffled down the order. There's Henry Wheeler, Kel Zimmerman finding each other on the racetrack. Wheeler started almost last in this race. He's already up to 18th. So that's a good charge for the O-Plate to work his way through this field.
Yeah, it's just about making friends where you can find them at this point with the way things are syncing up. Can you find yourself in position to have co-opetition is the word that I like to use. Cooperate against your competition, be able to work forward. We are already saying, let's pull the cord, let's close it up even more, choo-choo, like a train. And right now, it's working pretty well, but the problem is going to be it's only marginal gains, and with coming up to 2 laps to go, they're running out of time to be able to pick off more spots here, even with their game plan of, well, plan choo-choo.
Here we go, 2-6 in the air, 2 laps to go for Colin Warren, Eli Warren, and Isaac Malquid, who unfortunately just a little bit 2 ways back with no help from Yeager or Maxwell. But again, these 2 drivers up front, they've been very patient with each other, very happy to work together, and again, no relation at all for the 2, but they're driving very, very smart. And again, Warren's been in this position before, right? 8-time champion for a reason. Eli, 1-time CKNA Grand National Champion in the junior ranks, still looking for his first in senior as the battle's further back for DeMaster, Young, Kilgo starting to kick off. And it looks like Yeager's starting to close in as well on a fellow rookie and Isaac Malquid here as we get out of turn number 9. It's getting close here, Justin.
It's getting close to the end, absolutely here. And Malquid did try and close up on his own to see if he can bridge the gap as the bridge car, but the problem is just not working unless you have coordination from behind from someone like Yeager. Coming up white flag this time by. And the Warrens, like yesterday, working like clockwork to be able to make sure they keep this lead 1.2 seconds. That's going to be extremely difficult for anyone else to join in. It's now going to be the question, when does Eli rip the cord and try and take it from Colin?
Yeah, you said it yesterday, right? It's racing. I'm out here to win. And then again, it's just a matter of time, right? When does he want to go on Colin Warren? And we'll keep an eye on those 2 as we keep an eye on these 3 drivers on screen. Malquid low into the cell tower hairpin, defending from Maxwell, from Yeager. As up front, no movement, no signs of wanting to go for Eli Warren. And again, yesterday, Eli left the door open for Colin into that green corner. Colin does the same, but Eli doesn't find the responses. Yeager looking to have one into scoreboard, but we're side by side for the lead. Warren on the outside. Eli looking for a lane. They're side by side. Colin able to hold on. Maybe as they work their way through last couple of corners, last 2 corners to be exact. Colin Warren still in the lead with Eli hunting him down. Black and checkered in the air this time by Eli to the bottom of the racetrack, side by side. Nothing. Colin Warren wins again in senior light, Heat 2, with Eli right behind him, Isaac Malquit, Cade Yeager, and Adam Maxwell. Your top 5, Kelvin Zing, Reagan Seville, Christopher Wakefield, Day and Young, your top 10.
And yet again, it's proven quite clearly, if you have the speed to be able to link up, you can absolutely find a way to break away from the pack if you get enough battling from your competitors behind. And the Warrens have worked perfectly together here, Caleb, all weekend long so far.
Yeah, they've been flawless. Absolutely flawless from start to finish. And again, that's what it takes, right? Being a little bit conservative throughout the heats, being smart when you get to the end of the race as well. As we listen in to these two drivers back-to-back in heat racing action.
It's alright to be passed. No, I got him last time. I was too worried about messing up my run, like really bad. Did you have lots of guys behind you then? Yeah, I had to block them. I pretty much cut them off coming out of the scoreboard. Sorry about that. Alright guys, bring them in. Both scales are open.
You fell off. You fell off a little bit, right?
Well, these drivers going to the scales, we'll see them again at the end of the run order at 12:40 p.m. Right now, a little bit of a break in the action, about 5 minutes until we hit the racetrack again. 7 minutes, sorry, with Junior A and B. For myself, Caleb Vieska, from Justin Prince, quick commercial break. We'll be right back with the rest of the morning groups at CKNA Grand Nationals.
Cat food marketing. $9.99 a month. Dude, Caleb, wake up. Dude, we're live in 5 minutes. Let's go. Come on. What are you doing?
Dude, I'm so sorry. Xander had me in a cat food marketing meeting till like 2 a.m. last night.
Come on, man.
Do you have anything I can drink?
Dude, I got the perfect thing for you. Perico. It's a healthy energy drink alternative.
Perico, non-GMO, gluten-free, kosher, magnesium, B12, B6.
Yeah, it's good.
B5, biotin, and zero sugar? Pericazo! Try Perico, made with natural ingredients, organic caffeine, and supports your metabolism. Try the new official energy drink of Kart Chaser.
Are you stuck with your kart racing? Not sure of the ideal kart setup? Or going to a track for the first time? Well, Kart Class has the answers for you. Our online portal has a wealth of experience and knowledge to help your kart racing. From kart setup advice to track guides that are targeted specifically to your circuit, or the driver coaching aspects with mindset, racecraft and driving techniques. If you want to take your karting to the next level, visit us at kartclass.com.
Paulie Massimino wins in KA. Paulie Massimino is a winner in OKN Stars.
Take your driving to the next level with one-on-one coaching from 2024 OKN Stars champion Paulie Massimino. Kart rental options are available if you'd like to keep yours at home, and drivers in all classes are welcome, from Briggs 206 to Mini to K100 and X30. With in-depth data analysis, onboard video footage review, and lead, follow, on-track sessions, each private coaching session will see you end as a more complete driver than when you started. Book your coaching session now.
Gee, looks like we're missing the engine. What the hell am I supposed to tag?
What do you mean? It's my Greyhound. It's all I need.
Where's the rest of it?
It doesn't matter. It's a Greyhound.
You gotta make way. Okay, you're good.
I'm sitting by here with Kyle, our race winner. Tell me how you did it. You were blazing fast out there, and I mean,
You don't even have a go-kart, man. Tell me about it.
Yeah, you know, Norberg Schmorberg, the Greyhound-powered Greyhound was great today. You know, it makes the difference. And the team's been working really hard back at the shop, and, you know, just shout out Greyhound.
Thank you, Kyle. How the f did you just win?
Doesn't matter. It's a Greyhound.
You need it? We got it. At Kart Eat Parts, we are your complete online aftermarket kart part superstore. From chains to bearings to bumpers and components, we've got it in stock and ready to ship straight to your door from our base in Ontario, Canada. Check us out online at karteparts.ca.
You know, I'm really starting to like this go-karting thing. Yeah, me too. Oh my gosh, can I show you this cute dress I just got?
Yes, of course. Oh my goodness, it's so cute.
I just love shopping.
I love shopping too.
Oh my god.
Wait, did you guys say you like shopping?
Of course.
Well, dude, I have the perfect place to do that at. ShopPayKara.com. At ShopPayKara.com, you can get free shipping on orders $200 or more. You can get anything you want, like MXC rims, gloves, rib vests, shoes, anything that you need, all at ShopPayKara.com.
Who is he talking to?
No idea.
But we're gonna have to check it out. Sounds like a great deal.
Sure does.
Final round of heat races on tap as the juniors roll back onto the racetrack. It's their final time to touch the surface before Grand Finals Sunday. Here we are, ready for action with groups A and B. Top overall from qualifying, and then re-racked based on their heat points tally to this point. That means Hudson Jack Erlin and Sam Tutwiler starting on the front row are looking provisionally really good to start for Sunday with the progression of points accrued through heats 1 and 2 plus tiebreakers off qualifying setting this running order. Will Wilkie, Leighton Mole, they start back on row 2.
Row 3, Tyrone Kemper Jr. in the 5th position, and it's Christopher Yotze who will start in the 6th spot. Ezekiel Height starts off in 7th. Holden Harder, he's been having some solid speed in the top 10 most of the days so far. He'll start 8th, Nathan Dupuis, and Darren Kidd, the top 10.
Gavin Dyer and Tegan Schneider, row 6. Sawyer Chambers, Anthony Lewis, row 7. And we'll flick the page back really quickly to go through the grid and potentially give you a quick look as well at what the heat points look like coming into the final round of junior sessions. As you can see, this group 40 plus in total, should be 42 or 43 in total for LYK Junior. Going all the way back to Cody Templer, Compston, and Max Hudman on row number 20. But one quick look here at the points. Although they might beat us to it because we're almost ready to drop the green flag on them. Final few starters heading down the front straightaway. Ethan Jarvis Comey, Ethan Langley, and everyone else pretty much, you could do the mental math, that's starting beyond the top 26 rows or 27 rows. They got a long road ahead, or 27 spots, I should say. They're on the outside looking in provisionally, right? You can estimate that plus or minus that 56 drivers after this third round of heats are run will auto transfer to the mains. The rest will have to fight for the final 4 spots in tomorrow morning's LCQ Junior, Senior Light, and Senior Medium on this format. One driver there obviously spun around here on the outlap was the reason for the aborted start. So we'll send them back, slow them down, get them back lined up again.
Yeah, and a chance to regroup, but keep in mind Hudson Jack Irwin in race earlier on played things very well to be able to get himself the win in Heat 2 in the first place, to be able to withstand some of the charges, but better yet, pick the right spots for him to go offensively and then play the defense from there on out. We'll see what happens in this field this time by, though, where things can go a whole lot more differently. We've seen how busy these starts have gone, and in some cases here today, we might see this field get very antsy once more.
Penalty flags have been flying quite a bit here in CKNA Grand Nationals number 9, so that could also play a factor. Keep that in mind, folks, when you're watching all the results on your screen, that everything we mention, everything we show you is provisional, and hopefully, if it's your favorite driver, it's all good. If it's your favorite driver outside the cut zone, well, maybe there'll be some intervention. Hudson Jack Irwin in the 214, the white cart on the right. Sam Tutwiler, his teammate, in the all-black stealth mode cart on the left. There's your straggler trying to catch up to the back of the field. Should get there before we go green, which means we should have a good chance of the CKNA officials marking this one cleared for takeoff. Junior, heat number 3, groups A and C on the power down to turn number 1, and we're away. Great start for Sam Tutwiler here off the rip as they're side-by-side back for 5th. That's Wilkie versus Dupuis. A 4-car breakaway. Tyrone Kemper Jr. back of it there on the Reed Motorsports CRG, and the action continues through the middle. Dupuis able to win out over Wilkie, and Wilkie's going to drop back a handful, but a great start for Sam Tutwiler from the outside lane to the lead. Hudson Jack Irwin slipping to 3rd, and it's Leighton Mole in the middle in 2nd on the red and white, number 25. 3/4 of the way through lap 1 here, Justin.
We've seen earlier on in the race, Mo was willing to work with Tutwiler a little bit as well as with Jack Irwin. Was content on just riding 2nd, scoring some good points. Now this race, we'll see if that changes a little bit here. Try and get himself a heat race victory. Try and change that conversation a little bit. His family, of course, races him and Cooper, both of them race a fair bit in this region, going back and forth among some of those events. And now is just right now just riding along, biding his time, along with 3 Burrell Art chassis. Remember, 2 of them are part of Steel Motorsports.
Nonetheless, all 3 Burrell Arts continue to push and try to build a gap over Tyrone Kemper Jr. CRG. He's slipped about an extra kart length back here, trying to close that get back up through the horseshoe. Nathan Dupuis trying to lead the next train, nice and close. About 4 of them lined up with Ezekiel Haight, Christopher Yautsy, Holden Harder, and then Will Wilkie on the Roderick Racing Development Coyote has slipped all the way back to 9th here when the dust has settled at the end of the opening lap. He's trying to recover. This will maybe bring him closer to some spots as Yautsy pulls alongside Dupuis. That'll put them back 2 by 2 once again into the infield hairpin. Taking advantage will be Ezekiel. He'll make the move stick there in the 48. And Holden Harder and Christopher Yautsy will now have to find themselves sandwiched on the opposite end of the number 48 machine. And here comes the next pack. Sawyer Chambers on the charge in the black and orange Intrepid with company, with help. Tegan Schneider, Darren Kidd, Gavin Dyer, all closing in. Anthony Lewis, the next pack leader, is all the way back in 14th. That's how many karts you got lined up here, working lap number 3. But it's still Sam Tutwiler showing the way in the number 9. No changes up front, and again, Tyrone Kemper Jr. last lap by here, Justin. He looked like he was able to close in a little bit in this section, specifically the bus stop or horseshoe, heading into the cell tower corner back right here where we've seen a lot of passes. But by the end of the lap, he lost about an extra half-tenth to a tenth to the leaders. It was a 1:15.09 for Tutwiler, a 1:6 for Kemper Jr., and yeah, that speed's not going to be enough to hold Nathan Dupuis back. He wants by. He'll get by. Kemper will be able to stop it there as it's going to end up sending Yautsy back 1 position overall. So Nathan Dupuis now to 4th, Kemper Jr. back to 5th. And they reset and try to close back up to Jack Erlin there in 3rd. Yellow flags waving there in the infield hairpin. Not sure who went around. That was pretty high up in the field. Looks like it might have been further back as well. There was issues in the green corner. The yellow flags waving in the infield hairpin made me think that there may have been something else as well simultaneously. But I think we may have escaped with just those 2 getting spun. Figure out who we lost in that moment.
Yeah, amongst those, believe, was the 118 machine in the midst of that incident. But that's seen them drop down the pylon. Sidney Miller, I should say, the 018, was amongst the drivers involved in the situation back there. But the rest of the field still coming up to halfway next time by. Top 3 just lockstep together in on the same hive mind brainwave for now until this moment. Jack Irwin takes a spot to the 2nd position, breaks things up, and that is exactly what Dupuis and Kemper Jr. and company needed to close back up, as Dupuis is all over the back end of the pack for 2nd or 4th now.
Yeah, he didn't look overly strong in the start. Nathan Dupuis not much better either, but now Nate Dogg has a chance to split up the Red Army, and he'll go around. Nathan Dupuis with a full 360 off the right side tire of Hudson Jack Erlin. And 2 of the top contenders in junior are out here in Heat 3, still stuck together with traffic on the way. They'll try to get disconnected. There's still more go-karts on the way. Sam Tutwiler and Leighton Mole now by themselves. Ezekiel Haight's been promoted up to 3rd. Tyrone Kemper Jr. 4th. Big time chaos in the middle of the final heat race for groups A and C here in junior, or A and B, sorry.
Yeah, chaotic sequence once again, and that's really split up this entire field. Tutwiler, not sure if that lead is going to last over Mole, but we know how much they've been just content to work together all throughout this run. It's everybody else, though. That is the huge question here. Will they be able to gain enough ground over the course of 3.5 laps to be able to have a chance at the race lead? That is a big cushion of more than 1.5 seconds just about for most of the field here, just to be able to get back up there. They are barely in drafting range of Mo in the first place here.
That's big. One of your top qualifiers and the heat points leader coming into this heat race. Hudson Jack Erlin now falls way down the board in terms of the potential lineup for the main event grid, and we still have half the class to roll. Sawyer Chambers, speaking of rolling, continues to pick him up and put him down. The regular in the Texas Sprint Racing Series now finding himself well inside the top 5. Here's a look at the moment. Dupuis trying to follow Leighton Mole. Hudson Jack Erlin trying to not go too far off onto the curbing. And once they touched at the angle they did, at the side-by-side positioning that they were, the contact sends Nathan Dupuis spinning like a top right at the right-hand side of Hudson Jack Erlin, right near his elbow. Meanwhile, Sawyer Chambers has made another pass. Move him to third. He rolled from 13th on the grid. A ton of speed in that Intrepid. He's going to need a lot of it put on display right now, sitting about 1.5 seconds away from the lead, and about another 7/10 in the middle of that finds Leighton Mole. But the good news is neither of those two drivers are remotely near each other. If Sawyer Chambers gets a nice and healthy shove here from Ezekiel Haight, he might be able to lead them back up to the pack. They're going to change spots behind him, though. Holden Harder now into the 4th position. Pearson Golseth up from 17th to 13th. Lincoln Massey's up nearly 10 spots from 23rd. Lucas Randolph up about 9 as well. Carson Benjamin up 10. In terms of your drivers that started deep in the field that needed some major points here in Heat 3 to try and get above that imaginary cut line around 26th or 27th. Everyone's finishing further down than that. Going to be at risk at going to the last chance race. Sam Tutwiler on the other end of the spectrum, though, is looking to put a near perfect score together in the 3 heat races and make it very difficult for anyone to catch him to line on the pole for the grand final grid. Maybe Sawyer Chambers can say something about the next few spots here, as he's already caught up to Leighton Mole. Justin, this has been an incredible lap here from the 325.
Yeah, last time by closed up 6/10 alone. That's not including the close up of the half a lap with what he's been able to do. Here comes Chambers inside. Was only able to get 13th in the last heat. This heat looking to rip away the spot, staying side by side for scoreboard. A little bit of contact back and forth. 3 wide coming off the corner for a moment. All of this is what Chambers getting zipped on by instead by Harder. So Harder able to take advantage of all of it to move up, and now you have Barellart again, 1, 2, 3 in terms of the chassis, coming up to the white flag this time by.
Sawyer Chambers, let's see if he works with Holden Harder or if he ends up going back for second. He's going to push him down the main straight. Tyrone Kemper Jr. defending a bit and trying to make the move on Leighton Mole, who continues to fall backwards. Oh, 3 wide now over to turn number 3. That'll be sketchy, and a smart play there by what looked to be Darren Kidd to bail out of it as they went door to door. Now, lots of battles further back, but this 3-car group is sticking together, trying to close back up to Sam Tutwiler. Doesn't matter too much for Sam's world if he doesn't win this heat race, but if he does, it will be almost impossible for anyone to be able to get enough points to outbid him for the pole. This was a nice move here for Sawyer Chambers, taking advantage of Holden Harder out of the cell tower corner when he defended low with help from Ezekiel Haight. Those two worked together the last few laps to get to second in Leighton. And now with 2 turns to go, no more alliances. They're going to battle it out. Big over-under swing. Not going to have anything out of it for Holden Harder. Tyrone Kemper Jr.'s group is trying to get there. He's 5th again. Stole 5th in the opening heat of the day in heat number 2. He should get another 5th right here in heat 3. Final turn. Sam Tutwiler blocking checkers in the air. This should provisionally put him to the pole for tomorrow. And Sawyer Chambers in a drag race for second against Ezekiel Haight is going to hang on.
And a good run for Tutwiler with everything chaotic going on behind him. Just able to keep the buffer. No one able to really reel him on in. One of our largest margins of victory this entire weekend so far here, Xander.
And it wasn't even close, right? 2.4 seconds. The only one bigger than that in the heat races was that, well, actually, no, that might even be a little bigger than the last Legends heat race, if we're honest. Big time gap for Sam Tutwiler and a whole lot of confidence to ride into Sunday morning to fight for a Grand Finals win at the Grand National Championships. The CKNA Grand Nats number 9, the biggest Briggs & Stratton 206 event in North America, one of the biggest karting races in the world. With Ezekiel Haight 3rd at the end for Groups A and B and Junior, Holden Harder 4th, Tyrone Kemper Jr. 5th. And as we check down the rest of your field, some heartbreaks here for sure, and some drivers that'll be doing the math to see where they stack up for tomorrow and if they've got to get up bright and early to fight in those last chance qualifiers. Hudson Jack Erlin will get credited with 40th provisionally. Nathan Dupuis, 37th. Sidney Miller, 36th. Jackson Corbett was also involved in an incident there in the infield, ends up 38th. So a couple big names with some big time moments. That leaves the window of opportunity wide open for this next group of juniors C and D. Travis Pettit, Race Beckman, AJ Stoner, and Company are geared up and ready here. Great heat race earlier today for Carter Barkis and the number 10 Comp Kart. Had a lot of speed, caught up to the main group, stayed there, had a few moments of fireworks. Ultimately, you can see he's lined up on the second row of the grid. That means he's doing pretty good in the heat point tally so far. Same goes with the driver behind him. Big improvement from qualifying for Gage Shipley. And the consistency out of young Brady Shad from Wisconsin has him starting alongside Travis Pettit for the front row. It'll be an all blackout front row here between two drivers that have won at every major junior championship this year. We've basically covered Brady Shad with a major national race win and multiple podiums. Travis Pettit, a two-time junior national champion already in 2025. Now, we'll show you the top 10 after that last race, but again, they won't be exactly the perfect read for the class coming up here. It just kind of sets the benchmark of scores they need to get to. Sam Tutwiler, of course, off the provisional results right now, tops the heap, but not all by too much. Again, 294, and then about 20 points further on back. So that's a big lead for Sam Tutwiler, and we will see if it will stick. It should by the next drivers that are close to him to try and match that margin, because again, this only shows for the drivers that just went on to the circuit. We're waiting now here, of course, for this group to roll onto the racetrack, the latter half of junior. And with Sam Tutwiler at 294, when you look back to find the top two starters in this class, Brady Shad enters this session with 189.96. With a 100-point win, it wouldn't be enough. He would get to second. He would join Tutwiler on the front row, but he'd be on the outside. And on the flip side as well, for Travis Pettit, in the performances that he's put together so far, he'd be a little bit better and a little bit closer, but I don't think he'd have enough to be able to get there. We'll find out, though, in just 8 laps. Let's take it through the lineup. Here's where they're stacked. From A.J. Stoner and Gabe Shipley back, as we covered, Shane Smith and Jack Feber will make up row number 4. Isaiah Maxey and Leland Anderson off a solid heat number 2 rolls from the outside of row 5.
Christopher Goulet should say, in 11th position. William Richard in the 12th position. Paulie Hart starts 13th. Sean Evans alongside of the 299. Then is Jacob Scheibel, who will start in 15th. Matthew Holland will start back at 16th. Kyle Masterson alongside Francisco Reyes are in row 9. Row 10, Clay O'Brien and Derek Wargo starts all the way back in 20th position.
Here's a look at drivers with work to do deep in the field. Liam Plate had a good day yesterday. Hasn't been the kindest Saturday to him. From 35th for him, Joseph Wilson, Diego DeFrancisco, Mason Ward, William Labrie, Nolan Wade conclude this second page of starters, and then there should be 1 1/4 rows left at the most to go to 42 for junior groups C and D. Heat number 3. Alexander Bravkovich, all by his lonesome. Out of the 83 juniors, 56 at the end of this session provisionally will have punched their ticket to fight to the Grand Nationals crown tomorrow afternoon. The remainder will go to the last chance qualifier in the morning for the final 4 spots. It'll be more than 30 of them. And here we are, ready for action for juniors. Final time on track on Saturday. Green flag in the air. We're racing down to turn number 1. Oh, around for the 299. A spin off the start for a driver right around the middle of the field. That'll be Evans. Start at 15th. Spinner, turn 1, in the wall, and the rest of the pack gets away scot-free, which is bad news for him. If you do have a crash off the start, you hope a lot of other drivers are involved, so you have spots to potentially make back up, but this pack is at full speed already, battling, albeit, with Brady Shad making a move on Race Beckman to get back up to the top 2 spots. Moves him to 2nd, Beckman back to 3rd, A.J. Stoner 4th, and locking onto the rear bumper of him should be Shane Smith. No, Carter Barkis. Yes, Carter Barkis, but right behind Shane Smith on that low-key racing soda. He rounds the top 5, Barkis 6th.
Yes, and right now we'll see where things shape up. We know Pettit, again, is one of those that's been comfortable up at the front. Once he gets the lead, he doesn't like to let it go. It's going to be difficult to rip it away from him, but Shad is one of the drivers we've seen be very aggressive early on. Now Stoner, for comparison's sake, is hoping not to fall on back like the last race, where he dropped to the edge of the top 10 just about. With how things shuffle to the back half of the run, we'll see if they've made the right adjustments here. to be able to keep that kart forward. They are losing ground already, though. 4/10 the gap between third and fourth already, with Beckman pushing on back. And Stoner just trying to get aerodynamic and trying to see, is anybody going to work with him to close up this gap?
Here's a look on the left-hand side, the replay from the start. Let's take a look at what happened here. Oh, contact there, big contact, airborne for Evans. You can see how frustrated he was. He was probably just following the bumper of the kart in front of him, hoping that they would all kind of go the same direction, both lanes. And now Sean Evans, 10 seconds away from Cooper Mole in 39th. He runs 40th. Here's your lead pack still as we check back in, coming to put 2 laps in the books. Brady Shad and Travis Pettit worked together earlier in the weekend. They've been working together good and well enough to keep themselves in the top 2 spots with 2 laps in the books. AJ Stoner now up to 3rd. Race Beckman back to 4th. Little gap to Shane Smith in the 150 back at the end of the top 5. He's got company now, and Jack Fieber, who has closed up and gotten past Carter Barkas, Gage Shipley, Isaiah Maxey, Leland Anderson. Biggest charge on the opening lap, Derek Wargo from 20th. He's having to overcome a bad run in heat number 1. A mechanical issue took out the number 2. He drove through the pack in heat number 2 today. He's already driving up here in heat number 3. A lot of speed on that blue and yellow machine. He looks like at the top of the screen there, he's picked up some more spots. Here's a moment for 5th and a pass completed. Jack Fieber's up into the top 5.
Able to clear on by the gold machine to be able to shuffle them back a fair bit, in fact. Compared that to the front where things seem very calm, almost too calm with the way Shad is handling things at the moment. Some of these drivers back here, though, you talk about the run for Wargo. We've seen Wargo get up to about 11th, 10th last time through, doing well. One of the happy karts also having a happy time in this race. 16 machine able to pick up spots as this run's gone on. Paulie Hart. So a lot of competitors here picking up a fair bit of ground, or at least getting themselves in a decent position in the respective packs here to be able to try and slice and dice like Wargo as he tries to now attack Anderson to get back up to that 11th position yet again.
For Derek Wargo in the number 2, he can't spend too much more time here. He still needs to get higher than 20th to have any kind of a hope and a chance at starting towards the front of the field and racing for the win tomorrow. That first heat race really hurt him because, again, even no matter how good he drove in heat number 2, he was going to have to start a little further back in heat 3. Travis Pettit, Brady Shad, though, looking phenomenal up front. And they're getting even more space now as Jack Fieber makes that pass stick on Race Beckman. And it was good for Fieber's personal sake, not the best for the overall group. They were on the cusp of losing the lead pack. They've definitely lost them now. And you can see Wargo making a pass back there in the infield hairpin to move another spot forward. Pettit, Shad, AJ Stoner in the all black and blue Coyote. Rolling down the front straight away. Penalty flag flying. Halfway flag flying. 4 down, 4 to go for Heat C and D and Junior. And Wargo has now cracked the top 10. That's 10 spots up for Derek Wargo, the Louisiana native. Then it's Goulet. Jacob Scheibele is also trying to make up for that Heat 2 spin. Started 15th. He's had some speed, and he's shown it here this weekend. The 821 picking up 3 spots so far. Up also 6, Rodrigo Palaya from 22nd on the grid to 16th. And we're mentioning this here because there has been no activity in the lead group. They have stayed perfectly single file formation, pushing away, laying down some blistering lap times, mind you. A 13.7 for the pair up front and a 13.8 by just a hair for AJ Stoner in 3rd. That was 0.3 to 0.4 better than most of the rest of the field. And it only went onwards with the delta as you went further down the pack. So they are in a league of their own. And unless something major happens, you're just going to see those 3 drivers be the top 3 finishers here in heat number 3. The battle may be on for 4th if it reignites between Jack Fieber and Race Beckman, or if more drivers like Derek Wargo and the likes of Isaiah Maxey and Shane Smith close up to make it a party and a battle again. But even this second pack, has broken off behind Gage Shipley. Shane Smith has started to lose touch with him. He's dropped about a half second away.
Yeah, it's just so far this race is just splintered on in terms of the packs. No one's been able to really make a pass, surprisingly, with the past couple laps. We've seen drivers like Barkas, like they're just trying to make a move, into pit corner, but nothing else has been doing. No one's able to really build up the runs here. And in a lot of cases, there's not too many teammates outside of up in the front four that have a chance to maybe even work together. Things change up front, though. There goes Shad. His millwright machine jumps up to the front. Now will that change? Yes. Stoner looks to the inside, wraps his way through scoreboard, and now is stuck side by side for second instead as Pettit retakes the spot, is able to make his way back to P2.
This time around, 2 to go. Burgess has him at the ready. Brady Shad pushing away for most of the race. Now looking back for some help. He'll get it. Travis Pettit says, keep the momentum going. Let's keep rolling. I don't mind if I'm back to second. We're ready to go back to what we were doing and push away from the pack. They do not want to race with anyone else, and that's bad news for AJ Stoner. He's going to have to be perfect, but Shad does not trust Travis Pettit. Oh, now he gave him the thumbs up. Made a last-second split decision there, Justin. He didn't have the faith. Travis was animated, saying, I won't do it, I promise. Let's see if he holds to it.
Do you trust the promise, though?
Absolutely not. No.
Yeah.
Never.
Yeah,
not at this event. Are you kidding?
That promise will last maybe half a lap to a lap, you'd have to think. Last lap, it's up for grabs.
Yeah, and I don't think Brady Shad trusts him either. He covers off here in the green corner. The other part, again, the oddball is AJ Stoner right there. He's not taking his hands off the wheel once. No matter what they want to do in front, he's out here to race for himself, and he's doing everything he can to make it happen. Outside, inside, side by side for the lead. Pettit back to the point there with a crossover.
What did I say? The promise only lasted half a lap. Just like that, Pettit up front yet again, and at this point, Shad's going to remember that for later on when they work together, already squeezing. Here we go to the white flag, this time by. Shad has some help. He's got a lot of help for the race lead. Stoner just shoved him on through.
Smart play by Travis Pettit, thinking long game here as well to move himself back down, and now Shad gets put off. Big elbows out move for AJ Stoner in the grid corner, and Brady Shad drops all the way to 5th. Now Pettit goes to work on the 14. Look at Jack Feber mixing up the barrel arch. There's so many, and the contingent of them now has the 381 with the hope on his shoulders right behind Travis Pettit. Side by side further back, Shane Smith versus Gage Shipley. Race Beckman is there. Crossover from Pettit. He's got a nose on Stoner, but Stoner's going to get the help from Feber. To the outside for Feber to try and get second. Pettit hanging tough in the green corner. 2 by 2. AJ Stoner leads with 2 turns to go.
Who'll get the edge is the question. Stoner hugs the inside, able to clear on by, keep it single file now for the top 3 spots. Stoner ready to march on forward, gain some ground. Feber tries to set something up for a lunge. Will need an uber run coming to the cut through to have a shot for the checkered.
Big lap to the line, looking low is Feber with help. AJ Stoner had the lead, but he'll lose the drag race. Jack Feber gets it at the line. It was nowhere. I mentioned halfway in this race, I didn't think he was going to get there. He did. Stoner second, Shad third. Carter Barkas fourth. 3 wide in the back of the field. Shane Smith provisionally 5th. Derek Wargo, 14 spots picked up there to get to 6th from 20th. Pettit slips all the way down to 7th. Christopher Goulet 8th. Race Beckman, Jacob Scheible. He's a one driver cheering on the 381. Not only a fellow Bureau Art and Steel Motorsports driver, but the one that needed a mix-up to fully secure, no matter anything else that happens, the pole for tomorrow, and that was Sam Tutwiler. Jack Feber, though, improves his score majorly. It'll move him well up the order for the grand final grid. And back here, these are drivers in the danger zone. We'll have to wait to see what happens when the points are tallied and the final results are posted. Let's take a quick break. 2 rounds into the final round of heat races.
Garrett!
Let's go race.
Come on, man.
Cat food marketing. $9.99 a month.
Dude, Caleb, wake up. Dude, we're live in 5 minutes. Let's go. Come on. What are you doing?
Dude, I'm so sorry. Xander had me in a cat food marketing meeting till like 2 a.m. last night.
Come on, man.
Do you have anything I can drink?
Dude, I got the perfect thing for you. Perico. It's a healthy energy drink alternative.
Perico, non-GMO, gluten-free, kosher, magnesium, B12, B6,
Yeah, it's good.
B5, biotin, and 0 sugar? Pericazo! Try Perico, made with natural ingredients, organic caffeine, and supports your metabolism. Try the new official energy drink of Kart Chaser.
This is Henry. Henry feels sad. Henry feels sad because it's time for his next big race and his go-kart is in bits. Henry doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing is the United States' #1 shop for all of your karting equipment needs. Henry also doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing can deliver anything from tires to race suits and even wheels directly to your front door or to the racetrack itself, quickly and efficiently, with tech support available 6 days a week. Poor Henry doesn't even know that Acceleration Kart Racing offers free shipping to mainland USA on selected product if you spend $200 or more. Do yourself a favor. Go to accelerationkarting.com and make sure that you are never left stuck on the pre-grid with Henry. Be smart and don't be like Henry.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Getting ready for Coyote Racing Chassis Senior Heavy. 61 drivers on the grid. Caleb Viesca's down there as well. Caleb, what do you have for us as an update before we let him loose?
Thank you, Xander. Had a great conversation here with Owen Lloyd, who qualified 30th yesterday. If you look back to the qualifying session in Senior Heavy today, for the first time, he's finally rolling off inside of the top 5. This is the first race. He doesn't have to do any work to be with that lead group.
Great point, Caleb. Again, we covered Owen Lloyd quite a bit through his charges up the leaderboard, and now, like mentioned, he's going to have a really easy spot to try to flex some muscle at the front of the pack and get away. And we'll have to wait until we let them loose to find out what he can do in clean air and everyone chasing him down, because he's been hunting down the drivers in front of him, and that's typically a little bit easier, Justin, because they're essentially clearing a path for you. We've seen so many offs and big moments that have gone to the dirty parts of the track or off the track. When they come back on the track, the sticky Vega rubber will bring all that debris, all the dirt, rocks, grass bits, and put it right on the surface. And the first driver to hit the normal groove and clear it out, the leader. So usually you're able to run down the leader a little bit easier than you are to run away. And that's where I think the next test for that South Georgia karting number 119 machine is going to come, is if he gets to the lead, the speed where he's able to break away from middle packs on the racetrack, from that pack of 4th, 5th, and 6th in the previous races, and 3rd, and march his way to the leaders, or from 4th and get up to the top 3. When he gets to that top spot and he's the first one there to a dirty zone, or again, the target fully on his back, at that point, will he still get the edge over the pack, or will that extra advantage start to dissipate, essentially? Because it's a different scenario when you're leading the race, right? Everyone's focused on you. When you're in the middle of the pack, you'll see drivers point each other by and show a little more respect. It won't be like that when you're leading with points on the line. And it already looked to me, without adding anything more, that there's definitely some, I don't know if I want to say alliances, but friends and foes being formed between senior light, senior medium, and senior heavy, and it's going to bleed over, you know, the bit of back and forth action that we saw at the end of the senior light heats.
Yeah, people have some long memories, absolutely, you can argue, in terms of being able to remember, this is what they did in this race, okay, this is how I will handle it the next time I approach them, because there's so many people running all 3 races, or at least 2 of the 3 events, in the first place here. So there is a lot in terms of that racecraft and a lot in terms of what will go into the memory banks that will be stored in throughout the rest of this weekend, even through to medium and light.
Here's a look at the starting grid for Senior Heavy. It's easy to figure out where they are in the points stacked up to this point because, again, this is exactly as they're lined up. Christopher McKeithen and James Overbeck and Christopher Wakefield, PPK Coyotes, 1, 2, 3 in the standings over Eli Fox, Owen Lloyd, and Bryce Frank, a trio of MGMs. You got another Coyote with AJ Roderick and then Jerry Fandry on the Fandry Daniels Racing TV Kart in row 4. Henry Wheeler and Logan Stevens, your top 5 rows.
Then it's Tyler Dolak who will start in the 11th position with Randall Potter off in 12th today. Adam Maxwell back in 13th spot alongside Wyatt Leslie. Clay Settles will not be settling for 15th likely. Ryan Miller next to them. Kristen Salvatio will start in 17th. Justin Wishard. Then it scrolls on through for the rest of your pack. This field is massive, mind you. More than 60 plus drivers for these competitors, so it's going to be a busy time for a lot of these competitors towards the back, where drivers like Yannucci and many others look to charge their way through and get their way out of page 2 and 3.
That's right, 3 full pages and then one more all by his lonesome on page number 4 with 61 starters on the grid for Senior Heavy. These drivers buried further back are looking for a Hail Mary. Chris Carroll, 47th on the grid. Mark Steele, 42nd. 2 drivers that have led laps and contended for wins in this class years ago. Hunter Bolton back in 55th. Peyton Klein, 56th. Stiefel and Eric Fagan and Jamie Bradford. Don't know if we'll see them in Heat 3, but if we do, they'll be at the rear. I believe I see Bradford back there. I don't believe I see Eric Fagan. He may have elected to switch his focus fully to the Masters class. And if so, that would put us down to 60 or 61. Problems for Mark Steele, middle of the pack. Motor stall, trying to refire. We're racing regardless. Green flag to turn 1. A lot of them getting together in front of everybody. Huge contact in turn number 2. 3, 4, 5, maybe 7 cars and a pileup with a track blockage on the short chute has narrowly taken out almost everyone from 30th on back. There was a lane on the far sides of the track, and we have significantly whittled down our field now. Look at this, how much they've spread. There were 61 of them that took the green. I think only about 40 or so got unscathed, and yeah, red flags coming out instantly. Huge contact off the start down at turn number 2. We'll have to wait and check on the drivers and see if we can take another look at that as well. First red flag of the day, Senior Heavy, heat number 3.
Yeah, that was just pure chaos with the engine stall in the heart of the field, and then everybody just Constantina affected out of 2. Again, this whole field going to have to come to a stop here, and it looks like at least one person's engine is stalled out.
Clay Settles.
Yeah, right in the middle of the pack there, and several others are having issues.
Getting reports now, I believe all drivers involved are okay, but the officials were quick to pull the red flag. While we're prepping as well for another look at the moment, we can also show you what the top 10 standings look like in terms of the main event grid for Senior Heavy heading into this final heat race on the day. Mind you, there's 100 points to win a heat race on downwards in increments of 5, 4, 3, 2, and then 1 per spot from 6th on back. So 6 onwards, you're picking up 1 point at every single pass. Up into the top 5, the positions matter a little bit more in the grand scheme. And Christopher McKeithen's had a great start to his weekend here in Senior Heavy. 200.99, basically that's a perfect score, right? Won both heat races, got the max score there, and 90.99. That tiebreaker is the qualifying. He's got the highest score from quali, putting it on the pole. So for Christopher McKeithen, things are easy. Chris Wakefield and James Overbeck in a tie, going the way of Overbeck, I believe. And then Eli Fox, Owen Lloyd, 4th and 5th here in a tie as well. AJ Roderick, Henry Wheeler back there 6th and 7th. Bryce Frank, Jerry Fandry, and we'll confirm, make sure that these are all correct as well. But per what we've got on tap, that's about what it looks like here. McKeithen with a sizable advantage going into the final heat race. He could finish, I think, 3rd or 4th and still end up on the pole for tomorrow. Get an update here that Mark Steele is one driver getting tended to by the on-site medical team. And so that will keep us under red for a moment. We will update you with more as we get it. But at least Mark Steele up, awake, talking to the medical team right now and getting a full check. So that'll put us on pause here towards the latter half of the morning rotation of session. Senior heavy on track, legends on grid, senior light groups A and B together slated for 12:40. Groups C and D slated together at 12:55. A little quiet on comms here for a moment. When we get more updates, we'll bring them to you. Caleb Vieska has an update for us here as you saw the medical team starting to move off the racetrack. Caleb, what do you have for us down on the circuit?
Thank you, guys. I can confirm Mark Steele was indeed the driver involved. He was up. He was able to get up under his own power. He's just still on site, going to be evaluated further, but he is up and okay, which is the most important part of it all.
See if we can catch up with Mark later on. And a downbeat moment for a well-admired, well-respected paddock member and team owner. Hopefully his team drivers can do him good. Highest starter of them is Henry Wheeler. And they are getting ready to do a full restart, I would imagine, back to double file. Any drivers involved in the incident would more than likely be sent to the tail. So you're seeing the drivers push themselves around to the short chute to grid back up. It gives us a couple moments to take a look back here. Christopher McKeithen, as shown previously, leads the points in the heats heading into heat number 3 to punch his ticket to the pole for the main. It's his first weekend attempting the triple, senior heavy, senior light, and senior medium. But when you talk about the triple duty drivers, there's only one name that comes to mind. Last year for Owen Lloyd, this race was exceptional, winning out in senior heavy and then being able to stand on the podium in senior medium and senior light. We've got a little bit of a sizzle reel, if you will, for this phenomenal 2025 run he's been on as well, because Owen Lloyd and the South Georgia Karting Red and Black machine has gotten a whole lot of airtime over our three event coverage of the CKNA majors, the Crown Jewels with the Spring Nationals in Charlotte, the Summer Nationals in Cincinnati, and the Grand Nationals here in Newcastle, where he's already on pace to try and repeat that performance from last year in 5th. Karts rolling onto the racetrack, or at least off to the side a little bit to get themselves gridded up. Let's take a look back here at this phenomenal 2025 season, combined with, of course, the end of last year for Owen Lloyd. First of all, the triple event that saw him kick it off, the first of the three mains in senior, with a win, with help from his fellow MGMs over the likes of Sean Meyer. Then here, starting off 2025 with a bang again at Charlotte Motor Speedway. His teammate Colin Aiken and him worked together through the heat races, and they were kind of first class under the lights early on in that weekend. He ended up second to Colin in the main event.
Coming to here, I knew I had a strong kart, and I am so happy.
And then at Cincinnati, Owen Lloyd working his way out of the final turn, had enough of a gap over McKeithen to keep himself in front without any pressure to the checkers. 2025 all the way back to 2024 with the Grand National win for Owen Lloyd. And now 5th on the grid in the heat points here. But McKeithen from 2nd at Cincinnati now lining up as the driver to beat, if you will. And the driver that'll be leading us back to green here with this double file restart in just a few moments. We've got engines fired back for Senior Heavy, presented by Coyote Racing Chassis. They're going to give them a full out lap to clean the tires back off and get everything warmed back up. It'll be a complete race restart, minus, unfortunately, Mark Steele and a handful of others involved in the incident. I have to imagine there's quite a few karts that will try to run this heat with some potential damage. There were a lot of them stacked up there, Justin, between turns 2 and 3.
Yeah, it was a pure parking lot coming out of one of the 90s, and at that point it was pretty clear you have to stop the race in that situation, not just because of the potential risk for the drivers, but also there were just so many cars on the circuit blocking that off at the moment. Now we'll have to see how this race gets resorted here, as we are doubled up here for a restart, and we'll see how the race now plays out after what happened in the middle of the pack onward, as the field tries to see, can they keep it clean this time?
A nice and slow crawl. Christopher McKeithen and James Overbeck have brought the field down to, once again, we were up to 61. We're down a handful, but we've got them lined and ready. Heat number 3, Coyote Racing Chassis, Senior Heavy, and an all-Coyote front row ready to lead them to green. Looking for Jason Burgess on the right-hand side to give the all-clear. And let's get down to the start zone and go! Christopher McKeithen, James Overbeck and company got us back going again. Christopher Wakefield getting away into second, splitting up the front row, but it's still an all-PPK lineup there. Good start for Bryce Frank, and he wanted to split them, then thought better of it. Tucks back to fourth as Eli Fox loses the 5th spot. Owen Lloyd on the charge already. But Christopher McKeithen leads. Second in Cincinnati, looking to go a spot higher and maybe sweep the heats here in Newcastle. And Christopher Wakefield and him, they've already gone 1-2 earlier this year at Charlotte in Senior Light. Senior Medium, perfect display of teamwork. Bryce Frank's going to split it up. There we go, with a nice move for the number 17 to third.
Yeah, nicely done so far by Frank yet again. He's been able to pick up spot after spot in these races. Remember the first heat, had to come all the way from the back, able to get to the top 10. Now able to progress to the top 6 for the last race. It's been a constant progression from Frank to show that kart can compete up here. The thing is, teamwork going to be hard to break. And once again, back and forth, Overbeck making it a team 1, 2, 3 up at the front again.
Yeah, right back to it for James Overbeck to keep them out in the lead. And now Bryce Frank looks back, sees he's got some teammates here in the MGM contingent looking to go by on the 48 machine. What can he do here? Overbeck all out of shape through the horseshoe. Now going to cover low, have to send it maybe. He pulled the back on it, and Owen Lloyd said, all right, Bryce, you didn't get your elbows out enough for my taste. I want to get up there. Eli Fox trying to follow Owen. They're ready to team up. They were talking to each other a bit in the scale line after the Senior Light final or second round of heat races. They know what they want to do here now in Senior Heavy as well, as they find themselves with a big gap. Look at this, back for 6. Frank getting swallowed 2 by 2, 3 wide. Clay settles on the bottom. AJ Roderick into the grass, and they're going to scatter into the shark fin. Back for the Franken crew. He'll fall all the way around maybe 12th if this thing still doesn't stop going through the final turn. 2 laps complete. Where will the 17 cross the line after being 3rd last time by? And the AR Academy MGM is going to fall outside the top 10 all the way down to 14th. Here's Henry Wheeler on the outside of him, following Frank, trying to just hang on to 15th with Christian Savalio pressuring.
Yeah, all sorts of hornet's nest-like actions right now for some of the drivers. Leslie trying to work hard with Stevenson, trying to do something, anything, to close up what's already more than a second gap. And we've seen once it's more than a second, it takes a lot of battling in the first place to close up the gaps. The thing is, drivers like Lloyd are picking the right spots to make these moves to be able to leapfrog forward. All while the top 2 are just happy to go along for the ride and stay connected. The Christophers, if you will, in McKeithen and Wakefield just continue to just push and bump draft each other in these races.
Yeah, they're going to try and close it out here with the two of them, but Owen Lloyd's speed with the help of Eli Fox, who's only gotten better and better and closer in pace to his fellow MGM driver as the weekends bled on. Owen Lloyd finally has a dancing partner to contend with the teamwork that's going on at the front of the field. Penalty flags in the air, cross flags as well. Logan Stevens also, by the way, up a handful of spots from 9th. Wyatt Leslie continues the march upwards from a downbeat opener to now in the top 10. Randall Potter, 8th. Jerry Fandry, 9th. It's been a consistent week for the 577. It's been a sleeper through the top 10 in all 3 heats so far. Clay Settles up to from 13th to the top 10 also. And Christopher Wakefield now is going to be the next one to feel the pressure from Owen Lloyd, and he's going to take it and then take the lead with it. He knew he couldn't wait any longer. The 1-9 was winding up for a send there in the cell tower corner, and Wakefield decided, I'll be the one to go if I have to. But unfortunately, McKeithen, well, I thought McKeithen was going to try and go on him. Instead, Christopher McKeithen now covers in the green corner, and this will frustrate the drivers behind him as he's going to build a huge gap here for Wakefield.
Yeah, he's blocking more so in terms of trying to help out the manufacturer mate a little bit here, but at this point, it's still not impossible for someone like Lloyd to try and leapfrog and take this spot away here. It's just going to take a run on McKeithen and some help from Fox to do so here, as looks like they give some signals towards Lloyd and company as they zip on by.
Something to be mindful of here. Again, Christopher McKeithen probably knows that he's got such a comfortable margin in the points that he doesn't need to win the race, but he's helping out Christopher Wakefield and James Overbeck by keeping Owen Lloyd at bay from scoring more, because Owen Lloyd right now sits 4th on the grid for Sunday's main, but as I say that, McKeithen ends up pulling the trigger to get to 2nd. Now he covers low. Wakefield back to P2. Lloyd still trapped in 3rd. Eli Fox 4th. James Overbeck 5th. The top 5 on the racetrack. Top 5 in the heat points as they run. Jerry Fandry right now by only 1 point holds that 6th spot on the grid for Sunday over Logan Stevens, and then AJ Roderick, Henry Wheeler, and Bryce Frank, after all the hard work, is staring down a potential top 10 starting spot, even with a backward slide here in heat number 3.
Yeah, right now I'm curious what we get at the flag stand, because in terms of some of the timing scoring, showing a couple laps to go, might have been the 2 to go signal if I misinterpreted there originally, but we'll see what they get at the flag stand. Yeah, they are going to get the right flag. They are going to make this a 6-lap race, 6-7 lap race.
And that explains why the urgency has been turned up now. Owen Lloyd's lost his partner in Eli Fox. He's by himself. He's surrounded and outnumbered 3-1. Logan Stevens on the Comet Eagles now inside the top 5. Huge for him, huge for that group. And behind him, Eli Fox, Randall Potter, Jerry Fandry, they're licking their chops. They're hoping some fireworks happens up front. As frustrating as this is for Owen Lloyd, he's got to keep his head on, think about the big picture. Doesn't need to win the battle, he just needs good points. He can bring the fight to everyone on Sunday. James Overbeck now side by side with him. Overbeck has about a 10-point, 12-point cushion. Contact there for 3rd. Side by side for the lead. Wakefield with a crossover, and Overbeck's going to go to the grass. And now as James Overbeck starts to slide backwards, Owen Lloyd's going to have a shot to steal P3 on the grid for Sunday. Here we go, final time. Wakefield on the inside of the shark fin to the lead into the final 2 turns.
Yeah, McKeithen had to let him have the spot for the time being. Couldn't force it side by side to the shark fin. Now, will there be a chance for a run on the drag race?
Final time, 3 wide, Bryce Frank in the middle. Here we go to the checkers. Wakefield low, he'll hold over McKeithen. Lloyd 3rd, Fox 4th, Stevens 5th. Where does Overbeck slide? Down to 9th. And it should be just barely good enough, and it will be. A P9 for James Overbeck will still keep him 3rd in the overall rankings. Owen Lloyd 4th, Eli Fox 5th, Jerry Fandry should potentially win out in a tiebreaker over Henry Wheeler for the 6th spot. Big final lap for the Mark Steele Motorsports driver to get up to the 8th position. Bryce Frank as well, rebounding nicely back to P12. That'll slot him 9th on the standings. Oh no. as they, indeed, 9th there for Bryce Frank with the final standings there. And we'll keep that on update for you here. But here's the results from the provisional 3rd and final heat race for senior heavy. It's Christopher Wakefield over Christopher McKeithen, Lloyd, and onwards from Eli Fox and Logan Stevens. And while we had a lot of carnage at the start, albeit there wasn't a ton of chaos once the race really got underway, we were kind of waiting on it to break out, and it never really did there, Justin. We did have moments, but I think it's more so just setting the stage and giving us a bit of a teaser for the big show tomorrow.
And a teaser on how things could break out absolutely amongst some of the coordination, especially amongst those kind of PPKs, what they're doing up at the front of the field. It's going to be hard to break up the Christophers. They've already, as we've said, gone back and forth and had some drag races within a few thousandths of a second already this season. There is the potential they do it again as the Legends hit the track.
Let's go down to pit lane here with Caleb Vieska. The Legends headed back out here now.
Thank you, Xander. Had a good conversation with Todd Bolton earlier on today. He said that, to be exact, it was carburetor issues, but a float stuck and the idle jet was clogged for him. We'll see if he can make some recovery spots here in this 3rd heat race.
Yeah, that sounds about right. Down on power, but not fully out and still running. He was able to manage that pretty well in heat number 2, but with that result blended from his runner-up spot in heat 1, he won't get that front row for heat number 3 alongside Ryan Cassidy. It'll be then onwards for Tim Schutt, for the likes of Doug Cook, Scott Falcone, who all are closing the margin to last year's champion, but not enough in late race pace for them, it looked like, to contend with the number 53 of Ryan Cassidy. They're going to need to find something extra here in laps 5 through 8, and definitely a lot more for laps 5 through 16 in tomorrow's grand final if they want to have a chance at Cassidy. The spotlight will be on Todd Bolton to see if that motor is back up to full song, and if he can put it to good work. You can see him there on the right side of the screen. He's starting pretty deep in the field as timing and scoring readies us here for the Legends class to go green. In total, 47 lined and ready. Headed down the front straightaway for an 8-lap run. Here we go. A nice and slow start by the veteran and the winningest Legends driver in CKNA Grand Nationals history, Ryan Cassidy, on par to try and get himself to an unprecedented streak on an unprecedented weekend. A clean sweep of the 2 heat races so far. Can he make it 3? Let's find out. Tim Schutt with a good getaway to get the second spot from Doug Cook, but look at the opening couple of corners gap that Ryan Cassidy has already built on the field. Behind him, you can see a little bit of jockeying, about a midway entry point for second on back to the turn number 8 cell tower hairpin. And as we work through lap 1, the main group gets away nicely. The majority of the field did. And a nice, clean start for the Legends class here in heat number 3. Where is Todd Bolton at the end of the opening lap? Looks like he's kind of towards the back of the main group. Remember, he started pretty deep in it, 17th when he crossed the loop last time by. That was the driver that had the speed to contend with Ryan Cassidy. But Tim Schutt on the second half of this opening lap started to roll already. He's pulled a little gap on Doug Cook. And maybe the Timmy Tech Comp Kart's going to have some speed. Another team owner in the field here, Justin, is that blue and yellow machine in P2 as the penalty flag goes in the air again.
Yeah, we've seen some good battling in the last heat race with Cook in particular, trying to go back and forth, set the tone, be able to pick up speed, has been able to get stronger and stronger, I think, as the temperatures have picked up here on the racetrack, maybe. As, oh my goodness, way off the track, somebody with the hand waved
Insco.
up. Yeah, they had it waved high up, more drivers off as there's pure chaos in the back of the top 10.
Scott Falcone now taking a rough ride through the grass. He'll drop back, and Bolton will pick up another one as he gets by into turn number 8. Falcone from a pair of top 5 runs, buried backwards now. Ellie Yanko will move up some spots. So will Mike Stevenson. Remember, Stevenson had to start from 40th in heat number 2. He charged up the leaderboard. Now he's well in the top 10. It's Cassidy to Shutt to Cook, and a pass for P4. That looked to be John O'Keefe and JD Gunn going at it. And there is the white helmet of Todd Bolton, easy to spot. Now starting to get closer to the top 10. Here's Ron Kleiss in the red and black Coyote. And a few more. Let's take a look at the replay. Left side of your screen. Falcone and Insko. Insko had the hand in the air saying, what was that? And then it doesn't stop. Falcone just overcharged the corner and just missed it going into turn 5. He had no contact from what we could tell. Might have been trying to outbrake another driver. He was in the middle, kind of 3 wide, but you could see definitely a frustrated James Insko, not happy with Scott Falcone coming out of turn 4, Justin. That sign language, that's universal.
Yeah, at that point it's, okay, get off me, get off me, get off me, please. And that circumstance, they got hooked together. But at this point, benefactor or the person who comes up still on top is Insko from that situation in 9th position for now. Cassidy, though, is slowly starting to chip forward here. Last time by was about half a tenth quicker than Shutt. Shutt's doing a solid job maintaining draft, but we've already seen some pull off and away. Some of the other drivers still getting antsy at the back of the top 10 around MacArthur and company. Munstall's making some moves there. The 5, Tim Stifel making some passes to be able to cut their way forward with Jeff Sterling in the vicinity too.
Penalty flag goes out again. Shutt with a big lap to answer to Ryan Cassidy as he slows a little bit. And the 655 having a better spot to fight from than his previous 2 heats. He's maximizing it in the early going of heat number 3 for the Legends, keeping the dominant driver well within his sights. That's good news again for everyone else to have a hope and a chance at being able to fight for the race win, or at least fight to get onto the podium on Sunday. Because if the fastest driver is the leader, it's going to string the field out, and you're seeing that in real time right now. A 4-car grouping, and it could quickly drop down to 2 or 3, or maybe just down to the 1, the 53. That's led almost every lap of action here this weekend in Legends, had it not been for the teamwork that he and Todd Bolton had in heat number 1. And it'll be halfway in and halfway home already in heat 3 when they get back around to the timing loop. Shutt on the bumper. Doug Cook continuing to improve on his number 16 Roderick Racing Development Coyote as well. And how about JD Gunn for the LSR Motorsports Camp Chaos CRG? They have continued just plugging away over this weekend. They are now well within reach of the podium for Sunday if this pace is going to continue. He's up 2 spots, just incremental gains as the weekend's going on here, Justin. That's the kind of slow burn you want to have. You don't need to be flashy. You just need to be in a great points position for Sunday.
Exactly, and we know how important track position is going to be on Sunday. History books as a winner here and be able to build momentum for the rest of your 2025 up to 2026 for when you go racing more so. But right now, I will say this in terms of the front of the field here. It's Cassidy about lap 5 onward. This kart just seems to turn on and have the long run speed even with the draft factor coming in, because that kart gets quicker on corner exit compared to some of the others and just is able to carry Apex off much more efficiently compared to, say, Shutt and Cook, and that's where in part things really built up to one of the biggest margins of victory last time through. It's the draft that's really keeping things close right now, you know, with Cassidy's long run kart continuing to build up speed through the technical parts.
Which is a testament again to Shutt, to Cook, and to Gunn that they haven't made enough mistakes to let Cassidy get away, because all it takes is one bobble and then boom, one more straightaway and you're out of the drafting window, and that little bit of help, that band-aid if you will, to the speed or lack thereof is gone. But they have kept with Ryan Cassidy. Here is your second group. John O'Keefe leads it in the 111. Ellie Yanko from 9th. Ron Kleiss, James Insko, Jamie MacArthur runs in the 9th position. And unfortunately, whatever the issue was for Todd Bolton in this race, if it's the same as what we mentioned there, motor issues from heat number 2, it has taken him out. The 22 is no longer scoring, went out on lap number 4. He's down in 40th. So arguably the next best driver, at least based on every other session this weekend, to Ryan Cassidy, if not better than him, is going to have to drive from way back to try and get onto the grand final podium tomorrow. Tim Schutt, though, stepping up, grabbing the brass ring, looking to bring the fight to us and put on a show here in Legends. He has hung with Cassidy longer in heat 3 than he did in heat number 2. 2 more laps, only a half car length between them. And 3rd and 4th, Doug Cook and JD Gunn are doing everything they can to stay with the 2 leaders and the pace that they're running. Ryan Cassidy, though, still has led every lap of this session, Justin, so he's going perfect as they stand. But it's the closest thing to a new challenger or a new ultimate challenge here with 3 drivers lined up behind him that he's seen yet this week.
And keep in mind that Timmy Tech, you mentioned in terms of that team, in terms of their driver with Tim Schutt. That organization's been around since 1975. They advertise on their trucks here. A lot of veteran experience when it comes to Schutt in the organization to be able to run at this level in these types of races. Now it's becoming the question, though. Is he going to find that little extra oomph for the back end of the straightaways to try and drop by? Lost a lot of ground through Shark Fin as they make their way through to the straightaway. White flag is out. Final time around here for Legends Heat 3.
1 more lap to go. Ryan Cassidy, Tim Schutt out front fighting for the heat win. Cassidy doesn't need it to score the pole for tomorrow, but this would help Schutt's starting position if he can pull off a stunner on this last lap. Let's see how aggressive he gets. How about this as well? Fighting for more spots on the grid for tomorrow. Ellie Yanko under pressure. Ron Kleiss looking, not going to go. James Inskill right there. Then John O'Keefe, MacArthur. Your update on Scott Falcone. He's gotten back up to 12th. Picked up a few spots after the off-track excursion in turn 5. But he's still a good ways back from where he once was. Yanko again under pressure from Ron Kleiss. Door to door in the kink. They'll make a little bit of contact. 2 by 2 now into the green corner. Outside, inside. Yanko parking it nice. He'll hold them at bay. Up front, Cassidy still leads over Schutt. And Kleiss and the crew continue to battle further back on this final lap. We're headed to the checkered flag now. Ryan Cassidy headed to the final turn out in front of this entire mess here. And as they head down the front straightaway, he's pulled away more than enough. Schutt, 3 car lengths back. It'll be black and checkers, but a perfect Saturday for Ryan Cassidy as he continues his title defense in Legends. Doug Cook, JD Gunn, and the fight for P5 goes the way of Yanko. Ellie Yanko in the 470 hangs on.
A good run, I think, for Yanko, you can say. The Canadian champion able to get the edge here. The rest of the field cuts its way through, but Cassidy just continues to showcase why it's been so difficult to be in this class for a little while now. Cassidy, pure efficiency and also stellar long run setup in that Kart. It's going to make him very difficult to beat tomorrow, where it's going to be much longer for the racing.
It will be. It'll be a lengthy day tomorrow here for the mains. Double the distance of the heats, but in the heat races here, it's all Ryan Cassidy in the Legends class. As they head for the scale line, we take a quick break and we come back with a double run of Senior Light to close out the morning sessions.
Wins the Wisconsin Grand Prix. James Overbeck on start number 2 gets win number 1 in OKN Stars.
On track or off, Brandon Jarskrek Racing delivers elite performance. Led by 4-time Pro National Champion Brandon Jarskrek, our team masters driver coaching, data-driven analysis, and mechanical precision at every national event. Contact us today at BrandonJarskrekRacing.com.
Are you ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today.
Florida Kart Racers, you asked for it and we're going to bring it. Introducing Florida Karting Championship, FLKC, a brand new racing series coming to Florida in 2026.
Are you looking to take the next step in your racing journey? Well, look no further than PitFit.
With 2 locations in Charlotte, North Carolina and Indianapolis, Indiana, PitFit trains drivers all the way from grassroots level karting to IndyCar and NASCAR with top-of-the-line personalized coaching to improve physical and cognitive fitness.
For more information on programs, check out PitFit on Instagram or Facebook today.
Welcome back to the 9th edition of the Cup Karts North America Grand Nationals as we get set to go with our 2 senior light heat races, the final ones of the weekend. And again, not everybody going to make it into the main event tomorrow. Going to have to race your way in as we look through the grid. Kelvin Zing, Diego Ramos, and more getting ready to take the green flag. For some drivers, it was an exciting heat race where, again, Justin, we talked about it, right? Couldn't even catch our breaths throughout it. And then the other one, more tame, more relaxed, and more strung out from start to finish.
Yes, and we could see this go a lot of ways here, especially since the drivers involved with the tame finish, like Colin Warren and Eli Warren, are in this race. They're going to be monsters on the inside. They've worked very well together in terms of chemistry, even though they have no relation to each other. But then you have mixed in some of the drivers, a part of the AB combination that were a part of the Hornet's Nest. So it's going to be probably a mixture of the two, where it's going to be some intensity, but also a bit of calmness for some drivers. It's just going to depend where you are in this field with how wild this could get here.
Yeah, and we'll see it all play out. And again, a good number of drivers need a good result here in this one, with how critical it is. As well, our official partner, Lucas Nogueira, out there on the racetrack. Brazilian looking to have a good time here and race his way into the main event. With that being said, Justin, just a couple of more moments as you sort out all the penalties. And you can order your Micron 6 today as well from shopakr.com, our official sponsor. Lucas, actually a cool little tidbit on our social medias as well. He talks about all the nuances of the Micron 6. And again, a data scientist, if you will, in Lucas, as he gets ready to go out here to have a good time and enjoy the weekend with friend Diego Ramos, as everybody else looks to get fired. We're getting ready to go racing here. The last time in the morning groups before we go back to the start of the order with the afternoon groups. That'll feature the marquee class of the weekend, the senior medium drivers.
It's going to be an interesting later on today as well, because keep in mind, the way things are tracking could be a quick turnaround for some of the drivers here to be able to make sure they're ready to go for the medium practice sessions But the grid pops up on screen with Colin Warren and Christopher McKeithen. That front row, Eli Warren and Calvin Zing amongst your top 4. Then Lucas Deck alongside Owen Lloyd, who has been everywhere in every single one of these senior classes this weekend.
Owen Lloyd barely with any time to catch his breath. Been out there on the racetrack every single hour of the weekend. Shane Reddy and Mitchell Morrow on row number 4 with Ian Quinn and Logan Paxa on row number 5. David Barnes and Diego Ramos on row number 6.
Christopher Wakefield having to start 13th in this one. Major Genghis starting down in 14th. Nick Foligno down in 15th. Dylan White in 16th. Eli Fox and Brandon Heber down in 18th position. Heber, one of the drivers good in this region. Matthew Landers and Jordan Clyde round out your top 20.
You go back to Owen McCarthy, Nagisa Yoshikawa, Brennan Taylor, Levi Getz, to Tyler Rosier's Kevin King, Adam Kay, Ben Lawrence, Jonah Good, Tristan Altman, Jaden Casas, Lucas Noguera, and more. Getting set to take the green flag here in heat number 3, A versus B in Senior Light, presented by CKT. Well, we get ready to go racing as Henry Wheeler, a driver to keep an eye on, Jaden Kraus, Max Francis Shelley, Adrian Sibbett. 44 total in this heat 3. And again, it's Colin Warren on the inside as one driver out of line. One of the Steel Motorsports Sprell Art machines is out of line, but it's McKeithen to Colin Warren, Eli Warren, and Owen Lloyd. Into the tram lines we go. Green flag in the air. We're racing in Senior Light. Already a good start up front for Colin Warren, but a couple of drivers go way off the racetrack. One of the Wicked Racing GFCs. And again, the Burrell Art with issues at the start of the race, as well with problems. But up front, Colin Warren to McKeithen to Eli Warren, and as quick as that, Christopher McKeithen to the lead of the race in the South Tower hairpin.
Yeah, not done yet, though, because Warren's got the response. Warren not able to clear by, does clear by now for the kink. And all of a sudden, we've gone in the wild variety of this race. McKeithen making it clear, wanting to lead, already going defensive to hold things back as chaos in the background, one kart in the grass.
Side by side throughout this field, and again, everybody just looking for a little bit of room. There's one of the best karts for Prodigy Motorsports is up front. Again, single file line, but McKeithen has already shown the strategy, right? Wants to be in control, wants to be ahead of the TS Racing VLR of Colin Warren, and Warren wants to be the driver to lead as down the inside for the triple one up to first. And again, through goes Eli Warren as well. Side by side for third. McKeithen gonna have the inside as Owen Lloyd looks to work his way by. Diego Ramos gets clear and through for fourth.
Great charge for Ramos, already up from the 12th spot to join the top 4 just like that. We've seen Ramos do this before several times over across the nation. Now the tough thing's gonna be, will things calm down for the lead? Answer is no. Why would they? A bit of a dive on Colin Warren, but Eli Warren couldn't make the move, and these two were the two that stayed in sync all throughout the first 2 heats. Not anymore. Here comes Lloyd to follow Warren. Eli Warren through, no.
Yeah, and again, there you go. Colin Warren looking to go right back, and this race is very different than what we saw earlier on today, right? Everybody willing to work with each other. That hasn't been the case, and that's the tone that was set, right? That first lap. With all the passes that we saw for the lead, everybody's showing, right? They want to be in control. They want to be out in front. That's really, if not one of the best spots to be. You don't want to get caught in that mid-pack. You don't want to get caught in the middle because of how easy it is to lose positions here at Newcastle Motorsports Park. And you're already starting to see the amount of drivers that are in frame here as we're working our way through. There goes the 200 on Lucas Noguera. And that's Levi Getz for PPK Coyote. As up front, Owen Lloyd looks for second into the scale house corner. Owen Lloyd through, and here comes McKeithen looking to go back by on Diego Ramos. McKeithen clear for fourth.
These drivers still trading positions like it's a deck of cards here. Let's make it our swap. Okay, I don't like my card. I like this card. How about a change? No, I want to take that card off your deck. How about I make a move next time? It's kind of like one of those situations where no one really is able to keep a stable spot here. Eli Warren, for good measure, taking a spot on Colin Warren. It's been constant back and forth, and this is the type of intensity we potentially could see on Sunday. So this is a little taste of what some of these drivers are now testing, while also trying to fight for points to make sure they're up front for this Hornet's Nest.
And again, you took the words right out of my mouth there, Justin. This is exactly what you're going to see, right? This is why we're seeing it. You want the best starting spot when Sunday comes around. When you get to that main event tomorrow, you need to be up in the front. You need to be up in the top 5 to get yourself out of the trouble, as it looks like red flag waves. We have issues halfway through this race. This is going to come to an early end. I think they're going to get it restarted later, but we'll go quiet on the airwaves here for a second, Justin. Look to get more information, as there were yellow flags flying in the back section. We'll hope that everybody is okay, but this session going to come to a halt halfway through.
Florida Kart Racers, you asked for it, and we're going to bring it. Introducing Florida Karting Championship, FLKC, a brand new racing series coming to Florida in 2026.
Kyle, what are you doing?
It's got my new Greyhound seat.
You don't even have a cart.
Doesn't matter. I have a Greyhound.
Is Kyle Cuthbertson doesn't even have a go-kart.
Doesn't matter.
Cuthbertson through on Turney. Turney in the dirt.
Cat food marketing. $9.99 a month.
Dude, Caleb, wake up. Dude, we're live in 5 minutes. Let's go. Come on. What are you doing?
Dude, I'm so sorry. Xander had me in a cat food marketing meeting till like 2 a.m. last night.
Come on, man.
Do you have anything I can drink?
Dude, I got the perfect thing for you. Perico. It's a healthy energy drink alternative.
Perico, non-GMO, gluten-free, kosher, magnesium, B12, B6,
Yeah, it's good.
B5, biotin, and zero sugar? Pericazo! Try Perico, made with natural ingredients, organic caffeine, and supports your metabolism. Try the new official energy drink of Kart Chaser.
Are you stuck with your kart racing? Not sure the ideal kart setup? Or going to a track for the first time? Well, Kart Class has the answers for you. Our online portal has a wealth of experience and knowledge to help your kart racing. From kart setup advice to track guides that are targeted specifically to your circuit, or the driver coaching aspect with mindset, racecraft and driving techniques. If you want to take your karting to the next level, visit us at kartclass.com.
Paulie Massimino wins in KA. Paulie Massimino is a winner in OKN Stars.
Take your driving to the next level with one-on-one coaching from 2024 OKN Stars champion Paulie Massimino. Kart rental options are available if you'd like to keep yours at home, and drivers in all classes are welcome. From Briggs 206 to Mini to KA100 and X30. With in-depth data analysis, onboard video footage review, and lead follow on-track sessions, each private coaching session will see you end as a more complete driver than when you started. Book your coaching session now.
Gee, looks like we're missing the engine. What the hell am I supposed to tag?
What do you mean? It's my Greyhound. It's all I need.
Where's the rest of it?
It doesn't matter. It's a Greyhound.
You're gonna make weight. Okay, you're good.
Sitting by here with Kyle, our race winner. Tell me how you did it. You were blazing fast out there, and I mean, you don't even have a go-kart, man. Tell me about it.
Yeah, you know, Norberg, Schmorberg, the Greyhound-powered Greyhound was great today. You know, it makes the difference. And the team's been working really hard back at the shop, and, you know, just shout out Greyhound.
Thank you, Kyle. How the f did you just win?
Doesn't matter. It's a Greyhound.
You need it? We got it. At Kart Eat Parts, we are your complete online aftermarket kart part superstore. From chains to bearings to bumpers and components, we've got it in stock and ready to ship straight to your door from our base in Ontario, Canada. Check us out online at karteparts.ca.
Welcome back to the 9th edition of the CKNA Grand Nationals. I can get confirmation the 348 of Ben Lawrence was indeed the driver involved in the cell tower hairpin. He was able to get up, and he is okay. He is in the ambulance right now, just getting further evaluations. But that being said, it was indeed a scary incident there in the cell tower hairpin. And here's a look at it there. Here's a replay where two drivers going side by side there on the right hand of your screen and just ran out of room, and he ended up going up and over. And he was later able to pop up under his own power, remove his helmet. But again, just going to get further evaluation here on site. We're going to have a restart here. Looks like for 5 laps. But again, I can confirm Ben Lawrence, as you saw there on your screen, was able to get up and out of the cart, remove his helmet, and just getting those last checks from the medical site, the medical staff here on site. So we'll send him our best wishes. That being said, we get ready to go racing here in a couple of moments. We'll come back with the official confirmation of how many laps we will have left in this first senior light heat race number 3, A versus B. Engines are fired, and looks like we are going to get restarted for what it looks to be, judging by the top left of your screen here, probably going to be 5 laps of what we will have left in this final heat race for groups A and B in senior light. So you get ready to go racing here once again, Justin.
Yes, and a chance for a reset after things were heating up intensely up at the front of the field here. Colin and Eli Warren were no longer working together like the first 2 races. They were willing to just spar it out to see who's going to get the upper hand, especially knowing Owen Lloyd is right on the rear end of them here. This fight, I think, is going to be pretty intense once again here once we get fired up and ready to go here, regardless of the lap count.
So we're just getting confirmation they're going to cut 2 laps of the respective heat race every time we get a red flag. So it should be 3 laps to go this time around for these drivers. So they're only going to complete 6 laps here in this race. So it should send them to a 3-lap shootout for, again, 40 plus here in this third heat race, A versus B in senior light. And again, Colin Warren getting ready to lead them to the green flag here. Once again, after the red flag, we get restarted. Colin Warren takes the green. Side by side throughout the field, Lucas Noguera side by side with one of the PPK Coyotes, it looked like there. We'll get a look there further back, but up front, Colin Warren, Eli Warren, 1-2 to Owen Lloyd. Now look to go for second, but Eli Warren, the first one to respond. He gets clear as Owen Lloyd now looks to take advantage of the 2 of them. He's going to go through for a second, for first. They're side by side. Eli Warren into the grass. Got a hip check there, and now Eli, Colin, gonna fight as Diego Ramos looks to steal the lead away from Owen Lloyd. Ramos to the inside.
Yeah, but look at this, even more on the inside. Colin Warren sent it up the inside of Ramos, offset 3 wide. Lloyd able to get the edge going to the shark fin, able to poke forward. What a send by Colin Warren, offset 3 wide there, Caleb.
Yeah, and it just didn't pay off in the end. Owen Lloyd was able to hold on to it as the black and white waves here. It should be 3 laps to go now as Christopher McKeithen looked to have a go on Eli Warren. They're side by side, further back in the pack as Ramos, a little bit wide there on the exit, going to lose about half a car length on the exit of the corner. That's going to close right back up. But again, nobody's wanted to work together in this final heat race of A versus B in senior light. And Colin Warren looked to go there again in a turn number 5. Turn 6, keeps his nose down low, just continuing to let that South Georgia Karting MGM that he's still there is now into the South Tower hairpin. Colin Warren goes through, and as easy as that, over under for Owen Lloyd, and Ramos looking to take advantage, going through for second. He's not going to have a good enough run, and he's not going to have a push either as they're side by side. Ramos going to be stuck on the outside. A little bit of contact with Warren as McKeithen slots on by. Eli Warren through for third. They're still fighting as Ramos makes it 3 wide, sticks a nose in between the 2 of them. Diego Ramos through for third.
Bit of contact as well with Eli Warren, just caused that spark back. And once again, What did we talk about the intensity level? It's been picking up here for this field. We were expecting a bit of a balance between the calmness and the aggressiveness. 2 to go this time by. 2 laps to go. Colin Warren trying to go for a crossover. Couldn't get the cross. Instead, it's Ramos who sends it on through.
There go a couple. Christopher Wakefield starting to make up a couple of spots. He's up to 5th here in this race. Actually 4th right now on the track is now Diego Ramos, first one to try and contend for the lead of this race here. The first time he's been this high this weekend as Eli Warren way off the track there on your screen. He's going to lose a couple. Noguera able to go through. Eli Warren's outside of the top 10. He's been no further than 2nd so far this weekend, and he's all the way out of the picture now as Ramos, another one of the Steel Motorsports Brellards, now going to fight with Owen Lloyd. It's to Colin Warren. Now looking for 2nd on Ramos. Nose down, low contact. Side by side for 4th.
Yeah, a little bit of contact on the checkup effect, and now Warren is in a horrible spot. And here's the thing. You lose the bottom with that many cars lined up. That's potentially 3, 4, 5 spots like you were mentioning earlier. It's your 1 spot or 10. We just got the middle of that for Colin Warren as a result of that huge mistake there and that huge checkup.
Yeah, and Ramos hasn't even tried for a move yet on Owen Lloyd, just letting everybody stack up and fight behind him as now the 2 PPK is going to go at it. Ramos looking to set up an over-under on Lloyd as Wakefield, McKeithen, all getting stacked up with Warren in tow to Zing, as well as a couple of more. Levi Getz, McCarthy, Shane Reddy, Wheeler, everybody inside of the top 10. In frame now is now Ramos. Look to stick a nose down low in a turn 5. There just wasn't a big enough gap there for Ramos to go through on Lloyd.
When will he be able to take the chance to go? We've seen the scoreboard section be the prime chance outside of where they just passed in Cell Tower this race. Ramos just waiting and thinking, plotting and planning. When is he going to go here? A little bit of contact with Lloyd. Now, will he force it up the inside? Lloyd does go defensive. Ramos does make contact as a result.
Everybody just happy to push him through. Lloyd got shuffled up to the high side of the track. Now Diego Ramos to the lead of the race as Owen Lloyd to 2nd. McKeithen now. Wakefield there as well. Everybody stacked up the top 15 well into frame, but Diego Ramos in the last corner as now he's going to defend on Owen Lloyd and through the outside. Here comes Christopher McKeithen across the line. It's Diego Ramos with the win in Heat 3. A versus B to McKeithen, to Colin Warren, to Owen Lloyd on the South Georgia Karting MGM, to Christopher Wakefield, your top 5. Then's the 666 of Kelvin Zing, Getz, McCarthy, Wheeler, and Shane Reddy, all in frame in those last couple of laps. But wow, what an end to that race, and I'm sure these drivers are going to have something to say once they get into the scales here, Justin.
I think so, because I know Owen Lloyd might not have enjoyed the bump and run pop-up there. That was a wild run.
Because you blocked the fan and then I went to, but it was like a full leg. Then I was on brake and then like this. Okay. Oh, everybody was completely blocked up. Yeah. Yeah, so I prefer the restart. Sorry about if I got it. No, don't worry. It's race. Everyone is trying to go to
I don't know how you held on. You kept going on the outside, and dude, they were like diving on you when you were just holding it. That was crazy.
Yeah, it's like, I mean,
yeah, I hate
you gotta
like that.
Yeah, you gotta mix it up.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, I made up 30-something spots.
Especially with split heats.
For heat 2.
I hate this.
And this race, I started 13th, fell back, and then I ended up wherever this is.
Bro, I qualified 70th. As hard as I can. I got the fucking shirt line, and my chest, it literally gets scrunched together like an accordion out there because everybody keeps fucking driving into me. Stupid.
Apologies for the language there, and again, it shows you, right, the emotions running high in a race like that where it's just, you know, very, very close racing there. And you heard it from Owen Lloyd and Diego Ramos as well. Everybody just stacked up in that scoreboard hairpin, just everybody making contact. And you heard it there from Diego, right? Left enough room with himself and Owen, and again, he just went down to the bottom of the racetrack. Didn't even try to pass, but everybody just kind of, like you heard from me and Quinn there, with a little bit of colorful language in between, but he said, you know, it's an accordion effect. Everybody just bunches up whenever you do have that defending, whenever you do have that whiling in the bottom of the racetrack. But that's what you have to do, right? That's what you have to do to stay out in front. And you saw that there, even then it wasn't enough for Owen, but it just shows you, right, the level of driving that there is here this weekend, the intensity of it, and the emotion. It runs high because it means a lot to come out of the weekend, right, and being a Grand National champion. This is the biggest race in North America for 206 racing. You build up all year to get to this point in the heat races, right? That's done. You did all you could, and now you focus into tomorrow to what, you know, where you're going to start in the main event. But again, for a lot of these drivers, a couple of chances, those that are running the triple, the double as well here this weekend. So we'll see a lot of them later on today in senior medium. A lot of the others, they'll be in bed a little bit early, right? Getting rested up for what's going to be an action-packed 9th edition of the CKNA Grand Nationals. This has been an event to watch for sure, as now the second half gets ready to go out. Likes of Cade Yeager, Will Lawler getting ready to hit the track here in a couple of moments. This is it for the morning groups. Adam Maxwell has been the hardest charger so far this weekend. He had 30 spots gained in senior heavy. We'll see what he can do here later on today. Here actually in a couple of moments in senior light, as Isaac Malquit again, impressive for the 75. They're getting ready to hit the track here. Heat 3 coming your way next. It's live on Kart Chaser.
You know, I'm really starting to like this go-karting thing. Yeah, me too. Oh my gosh, can I show you this cute dress I just got? Yes, of course. Oh my goodness, it's so cute. I just love shopping.
I love shopping too.
Oh my god.
Wait, did you guys say you like shopping?
Of course.
Well, dude, I have the perfect place to do that at. ShopPayCara.com. At ShopPayCara.com, you can get free shipping on orders $200 or more. You can get anything you want, like MXC rims, gloves, rib vests, shoes, anything that you need, all at ShopPayCara.com.
Who is he talking to? No idea. But we're gonna have to check it out. Sounds like a great deal. Sure does.
Let's go race.
Come on, man.
Cat food marketing. $9.99 a month.
Dude, Caleb, wake up. Dude, we're live in 5 minutes. Let's go. Come on. What are you doing?
Dude, I'm so sorry. Xander had me in a cat food marketing meeting till like 2 a.m. last night.
Come on, man.
Do you have anything I can drink?
Dude, I got the perfect thing for you. Perico. It's a healthy energy drink alternative.
Perico, non-GMO, gluten-free, kosher, magnesium, B12, B6,
Yeah, it's good.
B5, biotin, and zero sugar? Pericazo! Try Perico, made with natural ingredients, organic caffeine, and supports your metabolism. Try the new official energy drink of Kart Chaser.
Engines are fired down on the grid as we get ready to go racing. As we get ready to roll out 40 plus. 206s get ready to scream like a bunch of bald eagles in the middle of a cornfield in Spiceland, Indiana. And again, some of the most exciting racing, some of the closest racing in North America. Comes to Newcastle Motorsports Park once a year. Again, for the 9th year in a row.
It's going to be an interesting race once again to close out the morning sessions here. We've seen a lot of intensity throughout all the races today. Now it's going to be the question, how will things close on up here as these drivers do get themselves sorted out for your starting grid? By the way, Cameron Reed and Cade Yeager will be on the front row for this start. Isaac Malquit will start in third, Adam Maxwell fourth, John Treadwell and Will Waller in the top 6. Sebastian DeFrancisco, we haven't mentioned that name all day today. Part of those in the D group starting off in 7th.
So actually here, Justin, I think there were some corrections to that grid. It shows like there were a couple of drivers, again, not in those spots that we are seeing here from a grid that was published earlier, which I think was a little bit of the pause in the action that we did see.
Yeah.
Again, while the CKNA officials making sure they get it right here in this one. But again, generally, that is what we're going to see inside of those front couple of rows. But it is still indeed Cameron Reed and Cade Yeager, the two drivers starting on row number 1. It's the young lady out of Louisiana. So a driver that had a really successful junior career here at Cup Karts North America Racing Action. They get ready to lead us to the green flag the final time in the morning groups. It's senior light, C versus D, and we're racing from Newcastle. Tame start up front for Cameron Reed as everybody else looking for a lane. And now Cade Yeager looking to find a response. Put himself side by side with the CRG Reed Motorsports machine. Wasn't able to get clears. Now Jonathan Treadwell puts himself third to Adam Maxwell, to Will Waller, your top 5 at the end of the first half of the lap. And everybody else single file through this field. Waller, the first one to slot out of line through. Looking to go on Adam Maxwell. He's clear for 4th.
Able to quickly go on through. Speaking of quickly, Yeager quickly diving their way through scoreboard as well. Put that one up on the board for good measure. The 64 today's been silently strong throughout the heats, throughout this event, where they've been able to pick up spots. But better yet, that machine has just been in the right spot to go for dives, to be able to make moves in great spots here as they're telling the field, use their heads here.
Yeah, somebody with a rolled up black flag, and Jason Burgess just telling them to be smart as we all get stacked up. And one of the biggest things, honestly, that surprised me here, Justin, with that first Heat 3 in the senior light class was how much action we saw, right? You'd expect Heat 3 to be a little bit more tame, but with the passes for the lead that we saw, you know, that group was just uber competitive, if you will. And again, they're going to trade position here as well. Jonathan Treadwell, Adam Maxwell dropping a tire, but they're side by side. Looks like Aiden Lorenko stuck in the middle of it all as Isaac Malquit way off the racetrack. Carter Kilgo goes through. Dylan Amundsen and more work their way by on the 75. The rookie slots out of line. He's going to get right back in front of Jackson Young, so that should be for 14th. But Isaac Malquit lost a handful of spots there on the edge of the cell tower hairpin as he got sent into the grass.
Yeah, I think that's more than a handful. That was from the top 6 all the way outside the top 10. That's almost a baker's dozen just like that. But at this point, there is still time to recover. We know that 75's got speed here as the penalty flag is coming up from the stand, so somebody in the field did pick up something here.
And that's going to be on whoever was ultimately side by side with Malquit there. So again, he's able to work his way through. It looked like he was wanted to make a pass on Dylan Amundsen, and I think he was able to get it. So looking to go back forward. Here's a replay on that as they're side by side in the corner. It looks like he was just stuck on the outside on the dirty part of the racetrack, and one driver just slid wide and sent him off. And I didn't get a good look at that. A driver in a black suit as, again, they continue to go side by side now as well. Lorenko, Reed falling under fire to Lawler. But there's, again, another look just side by side there, unfortunately, for Malquit. Lost a good number of spots as Reed and Lawler fighting here for position for second. And that just shows you the gap that Cade Yeager has. Lawler wants to get to second here, and that's ultimately not going to benefit him all too much. The fighting has allowed Jonathan Treadwell to go through, is now side by side with Lorenko there on screen. Braden Zerbs right in the mix. Adam Maxwell, DeMaster as well to Young. Then a good number of names already starting to come back into frame here, Justin.
Yeah, some of the drivers able to recover from what's been some rough runs. Seville, amongst the drivers we've seen earlier in the heats, just cut through the field like butter. Not as quick in this run, and yet because they're right about where they finished up, still in the top 8. But some of the others you talk about, like Lorenko, were able to slice through. Jackson Young trying to break through. Kel Zimmerman hasn't been able to recover yet from the poor heat one day yet to be able to get some spots. You can see the field, though, now coordinating with each other, saying we've got to work together. And it helps when a majority of them are chassis mates outside of the steel machine, just building an alliance for now to try and find a way to get up to Yeager to make it a fight.
Yeah, there's Jonathan Treadwell in second. He leads 3 PPK Coyotes in the Reed Motorsports CRG of Cameron Reed. Then another Coyote and Adam Maxwell for AMAX Racing to Seville today to Kilgo. That's your top 10. Kilgo being the first of the MGMs actually on the field for Amundsen. Again, just really, you would expect him to see him a little bit higher up in this race, and something must be amiss there for Amundsen because he continues to fall back. He's actually 11th right now, so it's 2 MGMs on the track, but again, that's not where we're used to seeing Amundsen, especially coming off of July 4th weekend at the Summer Nationals where he was able to win at the Motorsports Country Club of Cincinnati. But for a couple of others, like Emily DeMaster, she's made up a spot. And Cale Zimmerman as well, who I think might be the driver under investigation with that incident on Isaac Malquit, maybe. Again, as we continue to take a look at it, but Malquit finally able to get ahead of all of them as it's starting to get tame. And there's a look to the left-hand side of your screen. Malquit's lost 5. Peloter's up 6. Same for Zimmerman, who's up a couple. But as quickly as the gap opened up for Cade Yeager, about a lap and a half in, after he was able to extend, it's starting to close up as Will Lawler now gets himself closer and closer to fellow Coyote here for the lead of the race.
Yeah, nicely done in terms of the teamwork to close up the gap and make this a good fight for the two of them in this pack. I know the Coyotes having strength in numbers all throughout this entire weekend. And we see whenever they have those blue and reddish and white machines synced up together, they just gain so much ground as a group. They're so good working as a drafting pack, and now it's going to be a little bit difficult to hold on for Yeager. Mind you, Yeager is in a KLA PPK, which is going to help his case a little bit. It's just different colors compared to the fellow teammates here. The question now is, will Lawler try and get his first heat race win of the day after starting mid-pack in the first heats yesterday?
And we're going to find out here shortly. And again, this is, again, about the best that we've seen Lawler in this race, in this weekend, really running inside of the top 2 now. But this is really what I expected to see out of that heat race. before this one, right, with A versus B. Very tame, very collected, very controlled here. Obviously, the last laps are always going to be hectic when it comes down to racing, but again, just very, very close from start to finish as they work their way through onto the front stretch now. Jason Burgess, 2 sticks in the air, 2 laps to go, and Cade Yeager had a long look over his shoulder as now further back. Isaac Malquit looked to go on Reagan Seville into turn number 1. Malquit just couldn't get a good enough run to get himself alongside the 600. We work our way through, and this is where you start to ask yourself, right? 3 teammates up at the front. What do? You wait. For the likes of Lawler, for the likes of Lorenko, it's been a quiet weekend for them. Again, they've made some noise, but not all too much. So it's that question of what exactly do you do? And again, you have 2 drivers further back, and Reed and Treadwell, that are going to want to be where you are, right? They want to be in your shoes right now, 2nd and 3rd, so you can challenge for a lead, for the lead of this heat race. That's just a question I'm asking myself right now, and we're going to find out here next time around. White flag will fly, and we'll see, Justin.
I think the smart move might be doing a scoreboard, give it an opportunity where you can't really respond in time in that situation, because if you do it, say in cell tower, you give it the opportunity to respond back for the king of the green corner. You then give the opportunity for the swap back by scoreboard or somebody else to sneak through. There is so much at stake in terms of being able to get these points here with the white flag out. Now it's the question, will there be a move or will the teammates just stay single file here? Treadwell, the first non-PPK kart in the lineup.
Yeah, we're going to find out here. Lawler, again, another look over the shoulder as we go into turn number 5. It looks like he's content to wait. Treadwell and Reed just trying with everything they've got to split them up, to get up to Lorenko. And again, they've just been able to keep them about a car length away. Treadwell, again, on the wheel, pushing with everything he's got. Reed doing the exact same. And here we go. Treadwell going to start to fend off Cameron Reed as he goes a little low. Lawler, again, they played this out flawlessly, right? It's going to be a great average finish for these 3 drivers as Treadwell under fire from Reed, from Zerbs, from Maxwell. But the last couple of corners, you talk about the team game for these 3. Cade Yeager started off the year strong. He's going to go into Sunday strong as well. Yeager, just one more corner as Lawler now going to peek out of line, see if he can get anything. Lorenko looking to go by as well, and a fist bump, easy as that. Lawler across the line with help from Lorenko. He's going to win heat race number 3, C versus D. To Cade Yeager, to Lorenko, to Treadwell, and Cameron Reed, your top 5. And unfortunately, Joseph Hewitt again. Another one of the drivers involved. We'll step aside for a little moment. But again, we get ready to go racing here with warm-ups. We're back free for the afternoon sessions here in a couple of moments.
This is Henry. Henry feels sad. Henry feels sad because it's time for his next big race and his go-kart is in bits. Henry doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing is the United States' #1 shop for all of your karting equipment needs. Henry also doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing can deliver anything from tires to race suits and even wheels directly to your front door or to the racetrack itself, quickly and efficiently, with tech support available 6 days a week. Poor Henry doesn't even know that Acceleration Kart Racing offers free shipping to mainland USA on selected product if you spend $200 or more. Do yourself a favor. Go to accelerationkarting.com and make sure that you are never left stuck on the pre-grid with Henry. Be smart and don't be like Henry.
Paulie Massimino wins the Wisconsin Grand Prix. James Overbeck on start number 2 gets win number 1 in OKN Stars.
On track or off, Brandon Jarsakrak Racing delivers elite performance. Led by 4-time Pro National Champion Brandon Jarsakrak, our team masters driver coaching, data-driven analysis, and mechanical precision at every national event. Contact us today at BrandonJarsakrakRacing.com.
you ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today.
Florida Kart Racers, you asked for it and we're going to bring it. Introducing Florida Karting Championship, FLKC, a brand new racing series coming to Florida in 2026.
Are you looking to take the next step in your racing journey? Well, look no further than PitFit.
With 2 locations in Charlotte, North Carolina and Indianapolis, Indiana, PitFit trains drivers all the way from grassroots level karting to IndyCar and NASCAR with top-of-the-line personalized coaching to improve physical and cognitive fitness.
For more information on programs, check out PitFit on Instagram or Facebook today.
Florida Kart Racers, you asked for it and we're going to bring it. Introducing Florida Karting Championship, FLKC, a brand new racing series coming to Florida in 2026.
Kyle, what are you doing?
It's got my new Greyhound seat.
You don't even have a cart.
Doesn't matter. I have a Greyhound.
Is Kyle Cuthbertson doesn't even have a go-kart.
Doesn't matter.
Cuthbertson through on Turney. Turney in the dirt.
Cat food marketing. $9.99 a month.
Dude, Caleb, wake up. Dude, we're live in 5 minutes. Let's go. Come on. What are you doing?
Dude, I'm so sorry. Xander had me in a cat food marketing meeting till like 2 a.m. last night.
Come on, man.
Do you have anything I can drink?
Dude, I got the perfect thing for you. Perico. It's a healthy energy drink alternative.
Perico, non-GMO, gluten-free, kosher, magnesium, B12, B6,
yeah, it's good.
B5, biotin, and 0 sugar? Pericazo! Try Perico, made with natural ingredients, organic caffeine, and supports your metabolism. Try the new official energy drink of Kart Chaser.
Are you stuck with your kart racing? Not sure the ideal kart setup? Or going to a track for the first time? Well, Kart Class has the answers for you. Our online portal has a wealth of experience and knowledge to help your kart racing. From kart setup advice to track guides that are targeted specifically to your circuit, or the driver coaching aspect with mindset, racecraft, and driving techniques. If you want to take your karting to the next level, visit us at kartclass.com.
Paulie Massimino wins in KA. Paulie Massimino is a winner in OKN Stars.
Take your driving to the next level with one-on-one coaching from 2024 OKN Stars champion, Paulie Massimino. Kart rental options are available if you'd like to keep yours at home, and drivers in all classes are welcome. From Briggs 206 to Mini to K100 and X30. With in-depth data analysis, onboard video footage review, and lead follow on-track sessions, each private coaching session will see you end as a more complete driver than when you started. Book your coaching session now.